Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hi, I'm Shuchi, and good afternoon from India. Lovely to see you all. If you're present, we're hoping lots of you join for the next 2 days to attend the Regional Virtual Hub Summit. Without much further ado, I shall only be around to welcome you, and without much further ado, I shall hand over to Tony Giselle Stewart, who is our lovely poetess for today. And she has a lovely poetry performance planned to inspire us through the next 2 days as we get ourselves into this very busy quarter with the CBD COP, with the UNFCCC COP, the UNCCD COP, and so on. Welcome, Tony, and over to you.
Thank you, Suchi. Good morning, everybody from Kamisa, known more commonly as Cape Town, here where the mountain rises out of the sea. We call that mountain Hurikwaho. Everyone else knows it as Table Mountain. And I'm going to share some poems that speak to this intimate relationship with land that we are rebuilding, reclaiming as a way of being resilient in deep relationship with the earth. And I'm going to start by just doing a very short grounding meditation for all of us to arrive and land in our bodies. And then I will move into the poems. So I invite you to, wherever you are, sit with your eyes closed. If you are sitting in a chair, making sure that your back is straight and that your feet can reach the floor. And we're just going to start by taking a long, slow, deep breath in all the way down to the base of your spine. And then exhaling out through your mouth. And on your next inhale, imagining from your feet that there are roots growing down into the earth. Allowing those roots to reach all the way down through the layers of soil, growing, stretching until they wrap themselves around the earth's core. And then on your next inhale, breathing in a breath from the earth up into your feet, into your body, feeling your bones and your muscles soften, feeling your body give its weight to gravity, really allowing the earth to hold you, allowing that breath to move up into your whole body. And now, still with your eyes closed, from the crown of your head, feeling roots growing all the way up to the sky, in to the air above you, out past the earth's atmosphere. And allowing those roots from the crown of your head to touch the sun. And then breathing in a breath from the sun, warm, soft, golden light. And allowing this breath to really just fall into any parts that may be tight, that may be tense. Allowing your body to soften. And then just setting an intention for the rest of the day. For this breath of the earth to continue breathing into you, and this breath from the sun to continue breathing into you. And from this place, remembering and feeling how we are held by the earth and the sun, how we are nourished and fed by the earth and the sun. And in this simple way, we are resilient. And so now, inviting you as you open your eyes to think of a place somewhere in nature that means something to you, a place that is a resource for you. And as I share my first poem, I'd like you to imagine yourself in that place. And so this poem is called When the Mountain Calls. When the mountain calls, we answer slowly, listening gently for the footsteps ahead, then follow. The smell of Cape May bush bends toward us along the path up the river's bank. Here where impepu sprouts, there where we lay our backs on sandstone, the weak winter sun soaks our skins warm. This mountain once stood full under sea's reach. The wind sweeps across it, whistling through stone to sing all the whispered stories rustling in its caves, under its granite ledges. Smell the buchu, child, taste the camphor. See how the silver leaf sighs in the wet June light. A voice I cannot name reaches into my spine and sings out into the hollow below my ribs. I stay lying flat, skin to sandstone, eyes to clouds, sinking further still into the silence, learning for the first time how prayer and listening are two names for the same breath. And I invite you to lean into this place as you move over the next 2 days. I know that you will all be meeting virtually, and yet at the same time, finding ways to bring the earth into the space is an act of remembering resilience and bringing that resource of the earth into the work and into the conversations. The definition of resilience, I'm a word person, and so this is how we work, is the capacity to withstand or to recover quickly from difficulties, or the ability of a substance or object to spring back into shape. And for this to happen, for us to be resilient, the soil in which a thing is grown must be nourished. So whether that's the metaphorical soil or the literal soil. And if we look at the earth, it teaches us resilience every day. And what I'm going to share are stories from Cape Town of people and histories of this place that speak to a deep, intimate relationship between people and the land and the resilience that grew out of that relationship in history, and also work that organizations and individuals are doing to reclaim and remember that relationship with the earth, and in this way build resilience. So the second poem I'm going to share is speaks to the work of the Beach Co-op. And this is a nonprofit organization that runs monthly beach cleanups focusing on single-use plastics. And from their monthly beach cleanups, they grew to an organization that was offering programs that connected community, business, and government around removing single-use plastics from circulation. They also worked to bring back communities who were displaced from the ocean side during apartheid, bring them back to the coast, to this coastal heritage through this work of citizen science. And so this poem is called Ocean Home. New moon. At low tide, the waves pull back, exposing the rocky shore. Bare feet step and scramble slowly over ragged edges and into pools. I search the crevices and hidden wells for straws, earbuds, chip packets, bottle tops, sweet wrappers, fishing line, water bottles, light sticks, carrier bags, lollipop sticks. These totems of our fast consumption, swimming with starfish and nudibranchs, growing next to sea anemones and feather duster worms. A dozen dirty lifetimes wash into the ocean's swell. First quarter moon. Before dawn, the harbor hums with engines switched on, ropes whipped back and nets hurled on. Fathers, uncles, husbands, brothers throw silent prayers overboard, calling for the currents to run with their nets, to fill their boats, to feed their families, keep the lights on. Out in the deep water, the men remember the stories of sea as living beings, who must be honored for her provision. The men speak of a time when whale was ancestor, just as cave was, and how rain begins in the ocean, a dance between sun and sea, evaporation. Water in air cools its breath, condensation. Clouds exhale to cleanse our skies, precipitation. Rivers, soil, lakes take the water back, collection. An endless cycle of give and receive, one we keep breaking but have the power to repair. Full moon. This is False Bay. This is the bay of slavery and escape. This is the bay of railway lines. This is the bay of shipwrecks and fishermen. This is the bay of forced removals. This is the bay of tidal pools for whites only. This is the bay where Kwamata sleeps. This is Table Bay. This is the bay of Hurikwaho. This is the bay of canalized rivers. This is the bay of sweet waters. This is the bay of washerwomen at the river. This is the bay of trade and travel. This is the bay where our ancestors fought. This is the bay where our ancestors won. And deep below the surface in the darkness, we cannot see phytoplankton absorb carbon, release oxygen, creating clean air for us to breathe. Third quarter moon. These tidal pools were fish traps built by Khoi hands, stone for stone. Now we swim with octopus and sea hare, urchins and cuttlefish. In the water, ordinary citizens become scientists, and the children of people forcibly removed return to learn again that the sea is our home too. So with paper and pencil, or an app on a phone, we record, collect data as we clean the shore that has fed us for generations. We swim, we dive and explore the world below, and with each wade into shallow waters, with each deep breath held long, we remember to ask, who walks with us? Who swims with us? Who breathes with us? Our resilience comes from the stories that live in the soil, in this mountain, in this ocean, in our rivers, in our wetland. And some of these stories are of ancestors whose intimate relationship with the land allowed them to resist colonial rule, to defy the bounds of slavery, and create freedom on their own terms. I'm going to share one such story of the washerwomen of the Platteklip River on Hurikwaho, who during the time of colonialism and slavery used the money that they earned washing clothes in this river to buy their husbands, their brothers, the men out of slavery. The washerwomen. We clean stones in the water. We clean stones in the water. We clean stones in the water. Burn their crops, let the cattle loose. Burn their crops, let the cattle loose. Burn their crops, let the cattle loose. You can hear our voices here in Kamisa. The Platteklip sings our stories just as it holds our lost buttons, coins, and broken cups. With each piece taken, the stream remembers one of our names. At this river, we wash more than linen. Cufflinks fall into the water with our tears and laughter, our secrets and songs. Yesterday, the water carried our laughter with Josephine's necklace over its stone. Dorothea brought cake to celebrate her birthday. We laid a cloth next to the kooigoed bush, licked the lemon drizzle off our fingers, and listened to Fatima's story of old man Willem the shoemaker who keeps losing his hammers. Every morning, old man Willem gets to his workbench and shouts, "Woman, where's my hammer?" His wife rolls her eyes, walks outside to fetch it from the outhouse, brings it back to old man Willem's workshop. Our laughter litters the grass as Fatima speaks. Every morning the same story. He's never caught me out. You see, every night when old man Willem is asleep, Fatima sneaks into the workshop, takes the hammer and puts it in the cistern in the outhouse. Old Lady Willem thinks her husband is going senile. Fatima laughs as she watches the escapade frying the eggs and cooks oats for their breakfast. We laugh as we listen to Fatima's voice and the water song. Today we wash for Brother David, Josephine's husband. Just a few more coins, and then he can buy his freedom. Josephine has been turning cloth over stone all year for this. Every morning she carries 2 baskets up the mountain. 1 to feed the children, 1 for David. Today, all our baskets of soiled cloth are for him. All our coins together will be enough to make up the last money. And tomorrow, Josephine will walk to the Van Breda house where David works as a houseboy so he can set himself free. Oh no, we're not waiting another 4 years for these people to set us free. Here on the mountain where their ears can't pry into our mouths, we plan, we wash, we set ourselves free. We plan, we wash, we set ourselves free. This very same sweet water that brought them here will be the key to our freedom. And our sons and our daughters collect our names from the water. And our sons and our daughters tear down your walls and statues. Tear down your walls and statues. Tear down your walls and statues. And so from these histories and stories of resilience, we draw strength and we draw inspiration. And we remember that even though our relationship to the land was disrupted, that there's a much older ancient one that we can remember, that lives in our bones, that lives in our memory. And so now I share the story of 9 people in a poem called Children of Water, who are weaving these histories into the present through their work and advocacy with water. And so this poem, Children of Water, is in honor of Shamir Mahmoud, Tracy Kwai, Joanne Pierce, Anya Martin, Tando Mazomba, Jamila Jana, Megan Rose Francis, Zandile Ndlovu, and Nasreen Pierre. There are many more people. This poem honors their stories particularly. Each of them work at the intersection of community and sea, reweaving the relationships and connections between us that will heal both the ocean and its people. This conservation work that is the reclamation, that is healing, that is so much more than just an isolated idea of conservation separate from people. And so this poem is written weaving together their own words with some of my creative input. Children of Water. There is a song in the deep blue sea, singing through you, singing through. Saying, child, come home. Child, come home. Oh. We come to the water to pray, a dua for peace, a gebed vir veiligheid. To the ocean I bring the once removed spirit of true community. From the concrete flatlands through the kelp's clicking sway, each held breath is a remembrance of their arrival across the tide, of the Adhan's call across the shore, of a time long before when we breathed below. Ons kom water toe om te onthou, om weer die gefluisterings te hoor, om die gevoel van geheime deur ons vel te troos. Yeah. In the quiet slow, I become my true self, a story keeper telling and retelling the tales she brought through currents from other lands and peoples, stories of sadness and pain, stories of loss and gain. I make a home for them on the land with my words. I want them to be my community always. Gliding through the gold of her sea forest, my skin is free. To her deepest reaches, I bring memories of erasure and exclusion. I bring respect for her wild, her powerful surges, her calmness. To her ebb and flow, I give my sensitivities of living on this haunted land. I give my vulnerability and my resistance to forgetting this country's past and how it still breathes in our present. Born of a woman who knew all the waters belonged to her and swam where they told her she could not, I answered Mother Water's call with a board on a wave. To a wild and steady embrace, I bring love, admiration, respect, awe. I bring humbleness for our ancestors who dwell there in a blue otherworldliness. The ocean knew me long before I knew myself. I bring me, I come whole. I come as the person she made me to be. Custodian, lover, scientist, student, resilient, adventurer, teacher, activist, happy, determined, keeper of Ubuntu. Through her salt breath, I show all my layers, and in turn, I give her my all and say her name everywhere I walk. Wherever the ocean leads, I follow. From the sea cliffs of the Eastern Cape to the mangrove forests of Mozambique, in front of a lens and through a microscope, tracing the path from seabed to net, from shore to heart, to history, to hand. Before fences decided who could fish and when, these waters have always been our home. In their shallows and their depths, I learn the most intimate parts of who I am. To her, I bring my allyship, my vote, and my will. Backlit through the blue, my held breath roams free. Here is where I feel most comfortable and accepted. The water's ways fill me till they overflow. And I want to share all I know of her with you. I want to protect all I know of her with you. A decade of cleaning her rocks and pools, her shore and her undertow, a decade of teaching and seeing how our choices wash into the water. Now we choose differently. We choose better for her. To the water I bring my heart. I wear her in my hair, announcing her presence before I speak. I tell her stories in my sleep and teach them to our children so that one day they can say, my mother was a tree diver. She gave me my love for the sea. And just like that, with one tumble turn through her embrace, we write new stories of who knows her intimately. This camera is a calabash. Its images are smoke rising in gratitude, in remembrance, in praise. Every trip is a new lesson and offers something different to see. I bring her my time and thought, dedicated to understanding and sharing the secrets of life she holds. I keep watch as she changes through seasons and cycles. I bring others too, researchers, explorers, first-time swimmers, a creation of joy and space for the new visitor, the sea, myself. She is where I find God, my mosque, cathedral, and temple. Here I think. Here I let feelings rise and be. Here is where I become whole. I often wonder who I would have been without the sea. There is a song in the deep blue sea, singing through you, singing through me, saying, welcome home, child, welcome home. My final poem shares the work of an organization called the Princess Play Forum, a non-profit, community-led organization that has been working for years to restore wetland on the Cape Flats, an area neglected during apartheid rule because it was designated for colored or non-white South Africans. The wetland is named after the legend of the Khoi princess who is believed to have lived and grazed her cattle there. This poem is both about the history, the reclamation of the land, its present, and also the dreams that the Princess Play Forum and the community have for what this wetland could be 3 generations from now. Great-grandmother wetland. From the eye of an elephant, a princess cries. Her freshwater stream wends its way down Hurikwacho's southern slopes through canalized banks to this vlei, our pride. Her tears are a green lung teeming with kankerbos, skulpad, bessie, willadaga, vygie, sacred ibis, bokmakiri, grey heron, and she is our great-grandmother. In a time long forgotten, she grazed her cattle on these banks. We hear her story on the wind. It tells how settlers assaulted the Khoi princess. And some days the wind sings, murderers. 400 years later, her tears still fall. She wept when the settlers stayed and locked her children's hands in chains. She wept when they mocked Sarki and again when Sister Anna brought Sarki home to rest. When the Group Areas Act flung her grandchildren here like dirt, she wept as oppressive laws decimated the fynbos, raising concrete blocks in its place. She gave us refuge from its shadow. We picnicked in her sun and baptized ourselves in the salt of her tears till apartheid tightened its fist and pockets, discarding our great-grandmother, leaving her bare and barren. Then Galaland grew, boys smoked mandrax in the Maiki Street, and gangs discarded bodies in her waters, till we packed up our picnics, and they sold off our princess to be paved for a shopping mall. But we said no. In protest, we scattered seeds on the wind of her breath, and the Witskoli rose up after 100 years. We planted kapokbos in the soil of her chest and soothed her tears with blowblom sally. We dressed her in Cape satin bush, wove a belt of Cape daisies to sway from her waist, and adorned her with dainty earrings of yellow weed. 13 threatened species reintroduced, 3,000 pairs of hands, put 42,300 plants in her soil, resurrected dune strandveld, revived the sand fynbos. Now the sunbird shimmer and fish eagle feeds and masked weavers craft their homes in the trees. The western leopard toad rustles the reeds with its mating calls, and the Cape clawless otter glides through the still waters. And we return with the baptism stick and our prayers. 0.9 hectares sing her name as before, while 5.5 hectares hum new songs. We send these harmonies forward on the wind to our children's, children's, children's children. Forward 3 generations, where a bridge arches over her waters, eyes peer from bird hideouts along the boardwalk. In the Boma, children rhyme to remember the names of a myriad species. We sing the vlei, and the vlei sings us. Their laughter echoes through the thwack of paddles and whoop of sails. A hadida calls above a sensei running drills. A fruit seller calls out the day's specials. A bush doctor offers teas and tinctures. Kroon right here, auntie, harvested this morning. On the shore, a great white pelican preens, the sun draws pink notes above the mountain. A guitar begins to strum, and drums erupt the dusk into concert. After the last song, we cycle and walk home along the eco-duct. To cross the highway escorted by dragonflies. The toad's chorus rises and falls through the night. At first light, students with backpacks begin the 2-day trek through Rondevlei, Zikovlei, and along the sewage works to the Makassa dunes. We teach the flays, and the flays teach us. Before leaving, they place a stone on the cairn at the Khoi Memorial. It is noon. A family sits down under the milkwood to eat. Long ago, my great-great-grandmother planted this tree, a boy said. Now 100,000 families eat from this land, teaching, fixing, planting, growing, a business boom in Lotus, Grassy Park and Retreat, and the tourists keep coming, an entire ecosystem humming like bees between the Bitu and Blombos, because we feed our grandmother, and she feeds us. Thank you, everyone. May you remember the land from which you are grown. May you remember the resilience the land is. May you remember the ancestral resources you carry. The earth holds all the answers we seek. She's simply waiting for us to listen to her. And now hand over to Dr. Shanaz Musa, the CEO of CDKN.
Thank you, Tony. And I had a whole document that I prepared as the welcome. But actually, okay, let me first greet all the participants and welcome them to the Resilience Hub virtual session, which is part of an essential journey for us to shaping a more resilient future. I think what is really important about this session is that it brings together Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And it's the first time we've done it this way, because in the past we had regional, each region had its own hubs. I think this is quite significant in that we're starting to transcend these geographic boundaries, and we're doing so through the power of virtual engagement. And for me, Tony, growing up on the Cape Flats, my entry into the resilience space was actually just how harsh the Cape Flats was. So for us, my parents were shifted from District 6 to the Cape Flats. And in District 6, there was community. There was access to food security. Communities supported each other. That was completely broken apart. And families were moved into the very, very harsh Cape Flats. And through that, I realized that to build resilience takes a lot, but actually at what cost to each of the individuals on the Cape Flats. And there's things like where certain of your neighbors, etc., who turn to drugs, who turn to gangsters, to try and almost capture what was lost when the communities were torn apart. And during this process, often what is lost is this reminder of the earth and water. And so for me, that was my journey into the resilience space. I then went to study engineering and then completely took a focus on water, and then realized that water was at this intersection as climate evolved. And so I think as we're going into these next 2 days, to actually remember that for all of us, resilience is very, very personal. and to always realize that it comes from an individual context, which then spreads into the community. And so, and to also recognize that the vulnerability of each community and individual is unique. And so I think as we're navigating these complex spaces across continents, it's to do it with respect for each other, but also with respect for the earth that's holding us here. And so I think the next 2 days are really exciting. There's very diverse presentations. So there'll be diverse expertise, experiences, and I think this ultimately leads to those meaningful discussions and what moves us forward into spaces where we recognize what resilience looks like and feels like for individuals as well as for the system. So I think together, I'd like us to commit to making sure that every session counts and that we ensure that our insights are shared, even if you do it via the chat, but to be present. Because as much as we often feel that resilience building can become quite complex and systemic, it comes down to the individual and what drives us to be doing what we're doing. And so I'm handing over to my sister Sheila, and I think we share this common passion that comes from a very much a lived experience. Over to you, Sheila. Sheila, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
So, first of all, thank you so much for making sure that I was in this session, because every poem, every story that both of you shared reminds us about the long history of destruction and reconstruction in which women are at the center of making their communities, their families, their neighborhoods into networks of survival. And I think it is our duty and obligation in the roles that we play to nurture, to amplify, to deepen and strengthen the amazing resilience that women who have faced dislocation, evictions, migration, deprivation, through all kinds of things in the history of last few centuries, of constantly using nurturance and care to produce communities, networks that can nurture and build the capacities of the next generation. And I think it's our obligation, our commitment, and our struggle to ensure that we celebrate that spirit, we protect it, we don't allow extractive instruments from wherever they come, be it in the development or the climate or the national space, to destroy this. Because it's only on this foundation that we can all together deal with this planetary emergency, where we can't say, you have the right to survive, and we don't care if you don't. We see in a lot of discussions, very elite conversations that are mechanical about how many people can the world, the planet coexist with. And they say, oh, it should be around 3 billion. Well, we're already 6 billion. Are we going to do something of making the others disappear? Or are we going to produce the nurturance that is transformative and that nurtures and supports this process? And I think that is a gift and a privilege that all of us who have voices that reach beyond our neighborhoods to champion, to put together, and to try and ensure that every voice that seeks transformation is heard. Collectively, it produces so much demand and expectation that it cannot be ignored, and that we produce instruments, science, technology that produces the capacity of these amazing, resilient, yet vulnerable communities to be able to transform their generation in order to nurture the next. We do not want a century later to have to remember poems like Tony's about what women had to do to survive in a world that made them invisible. So I look forward to these events, these discussions, and I really celebrate this technology that allows all of us to live in different spaces to come together. So back to you. Thank you. Am I supposed to hand it over to somebody or? Janaz?
You're supposed to hand over, and I think it's to Jesper, not to me,
Okay.
Sheila Ji.
Okay, I just saw him.
Yeah.
Hi, Jasper. Congratulations for a wonderful set of events in New York.
Thank you. Hey, that was all teamwork. So congratulations to us for that. Thank you very much. Well, it's always a little bit scary to follow in the footsteps of Shanaz and then Sheila and say something comprehensible and powerful. But I'll give I'll do my best. Yeah, Sheila, as you said, it's wonderful that we have this technology so that we can meet like this, and the regional hubs. Something we started with COP26 so that we could give voices to people and organizations that are not usually able to get to COP and the Blue Zone. I think it's very important. It's what a COP should be like. So I think us doing this really helps in creating a platform for many more voices, and we need those voices. The real problems, the real understanding of the problems is on the ground, and it's not necessarily otherwise part of what goes on and is discussed about in the Blue Zone. So I think it's absolutely critical that we do it. This year it's a very busy COP season as well, with a lot of the conferences going on. So us being able to meet like this, I think, is critical, and I look forward to the conversations and what we can bring with us to the various COPs. So really, just really encouraging everyone to lean in with the issues, the concerns, and so on, so that can be brought into that conversation, and also about having an honest discussion, which I think also needs us to have a sort of a trusting relationship where we can say what is really the matter and look for solutions in a constructive and very inclusive way. I'll finish by saying the one thing that I feel very strongly about, and that is we have to be inclusive, and inclusivity is not something you fix and then you're done with the inclusivity. It's something you wake up to every day. You keep having these conversations. They are not always easy. They're sometimes frustrating. You have to leave your comfort zone, and we have to make others leave their comfort zone to meet and have these conversations. So yeah, in that spirit, let's have a fantastic conversation moving forward. I'm not sure who I'm supposed to hand over to now. But yeah, Shuchi, can you take over? Thank you very much, and lovely to see you all on the call. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. We start our next session in 15 minutes from now, and we look forward to having you and attend as many sessions as you can. We're spread across the next 2 days, spread across 3 time zones, afternoon Asia, morning Europe, Africa, um, morning Latin America, afternoon Europe and Africa. So we're pretty much spread across the time zones as much as we can cover. So we'd love to have you join us from various parts of the world, and yeah, increase learning, inspire each other, and ensure that there's maximum voices being taken forward into the COP, the UNFCCC COP, but also the CBD COP and the UNCCD COP as well. So thank you very much. We look forward to having you through the next 2 days. Thank you.
Yes, maybe I can start. Hi, everyone. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon from Dhaka, Bangladesh. So welcome to today's session on local action and global impact in addressing climate change. And there will be stories from LLA initiative. And to give actually a background of why we are doing this virtual summit is we actually last month, we hosted the virtual resilience hub from on 9 to 13 September, focusing on South Asian initiatives on locally led adaptation to build resilience in the vulnerable community. So we tried to actually include voices from the voiceless people, the unheard voices. Actually, we tried to um, uh, try to invite them in this virtual summit to have their voices include, as we are going to COP29 soon going forward. So from that discussion, we plan to host the virtual summit along with New Year Climate Action Week. As most of you are aware that we have it's not it's a month left that we are going to have the COP29, the discussion, annual discussion on climate change. And that. So for that, we hosted this virtual summit. And in the virtual summit, actually, what we are going to do is we are having separate sessions on different themes, different discussions. Today's discussion is based on locally led adaptation, and we actually planned this discussion to have local voices, local initiative that is important to actually tackle climate change. So today we have panelists who will discuss about food security issue, as food security is a great threatening area where due to climate change, we are facing the food security in South Asia severely. And then again, there is an interesting topic that actually came across heat wave, because earlier from this year, we weren't that much of aware about the heat wave, but this year we have faced the record-breaking heat, actually, highest temperature, and mostly the South Asian countries are the one who actually face the most severe impact of the heat waves. And then we will hear from our in-house ECAD initiative in locally led adaptation issue, as locally led adaptation issue is an emerging issue. So we will have our ECAD in-house person who will be sharing about the divisional platform and how ECAD is taking forward the locally led adaptation thing. And later we will be hearing about the climate bridge fund. So as in the adaptation process, finance is regarded as the major challenge, because getting the financial assistance, especially for the grassroots organization, local organization, youth organization, it's kind of impossible for them actually to access the finance. So how the climate bridge fund is working, how in South Asia it can be a example, it can set an example for grant opportunities. So we will be hearing from these different issues, different themes from our panelists today. So I will, without a further ado, maybe I will invite Dr. Rajvi Joshi to panelists. And before that, I just want to add one more thing, that each of the initiative is different, is in scale and location, but the one thing that is common among them is keeping the local people at the center of the discussion, center of the decision-making process, center of everything. Actually, that's what locally led adaptation means, and that's how actually initiatives are taken. So can I request Dr. Rajvi Joshi to turn on their camera?
Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So namaste and greetings to everyone. I am Dr. Rajvi Joshipura, and today I represent the 2.9 million members of the Self-Employed Women's Association, which is a trade union functional across 18 states and 7 South Asian countries. The two broad goals with which SEWA functions are full employment and self-reliance. And to achieve these goals, we follow an integrated approach which focuses on organizing, capacity building, capital formation, and social security. So, as mentioned earlier, that the impact of climate shocks on SEWA members, especially SEWA members are basically the unorganized sector workers based in India, and the worsening impact of climate change are increasingly becoming evident, with the worst sufferers being these poor members. So they have always been disproportionately impacted as they are ill-prepared and don't have access to much resources. Hence, on the occasion of our 50th anniversary in 2022, our members collectively resolved to focus on climate action as the central theme. And they took up a campaign called the Swachh Akash campaign, which translates to building clean skies. And since then, it has been the core mission of all the interventions which focus on climate resilience, adaptation, and mitigation initiatives. So as we see here in the image, besides that, the impact of climate shocks on these vulnerable sector members are varied. So we conducted an internal survey which focused on various aspects, and the results include that, and the results show that about 90% members stated that their livelihoods are adversely impacted, and the reason for which are 79% said that it was their work efficiency that gets decreased. 64 said that it is their work hours that decrease. They have to compromise on their work hours. 44% said that their expenses increase, be it because of the losses incurred, be it because of the out-of-pocket medical expenditure, or be it because of the spoilage of their goods or produce. And 43% stated that it was because of their work days that are getting reduced because of the illnesses. Similarly, another question entailed asking us then that what are the impacts of heat wave on their health, to which the most common symptoms members stated were headache, rashes, fever, dizziness, diarrhea, and vomiting. And not only this, but 38% people said that their mental health also gets impacted. In addition to this, food and water security get impacted as well, and 60% members stated that they had to depend on spoiled food or were forced to consume spoiled food because of extreme heat. And this is not only it, but the energy requirements also increase. 78% said that the energy supply often gets impacted, and 95% stated that their consumption increases during the peak heat months. So in response to this, as I mentioned earlier, that we have a Clean Skies campaign, which focuses on resilience building and capacity building of these unorganized sector members in response to increased climate shocks. The first of which is the Green Village intervention. So the intervention has been taken up with a threefold focus. So the first one is increased preparedness. Second is rebuilding their livelihoods, which is very necessary because of, as we mentioned earlier, that climate change is adversely impacting their livelihoods. And last but not the least is increased financial stability and resilience. So the Haryali/Green Village intervention is aimed to improve access on clean energy in the remote areas. And this is presently being achieved by advocating for comprehensive energy policies and implementing market solutions which are tailored specifically to the local needs. And the primary goal is to endorse a holistic approach. So these interventions basically include small adaptation measures like solar lamps, cool roof, biogas plants, solar pumps for irrigation, members adapting to usage of organic manure instead of chemical pesticides, precision irrigation, solar fencing, rainwater harvesting, and so on. Presently, over a span of last 1.5 to 2 years, we have set up about 150 green villages and 2 green wards, which are presently function in urban slums. Another intervention which is pretty unique and was the first ever intervention for unorganized sector members is the climate parametric insurance. So the product contours of the parametric insurance are that the product is structured in a manner to pay out multiple times within a span of 1 year with an average payout of about $3.5 per day. And the only parameter we have considered for both the years is the maximum daily temperature. And the payouts are made if the daily maximum temperature exceeds a trigger of 2 or more consecutive years. So the originally idea was put into force after seeing the worst impacted 5 districts of Gujarat in 2022 heat wave. So in 2023, this product was first time piloted with 21,000 members and was scaled up to 50,000 in 2024. Likewise, in 2023, we had 5 districts, but this year it was scaled up to 22 districts across 3 states. And in addition to providing members with access to parametric insurance, the product also entailed distribution of adaptation interventions, which increased their work efficiency or minimized their direct exposure to heat. For example, solar lanterns, tarpaulin sheets, water jugs, and so on. And similarly, this year we had a cash support. That is, each and every member who took part in the parametric climate insurance product was provided with a cash assistance of 400 rupees if the temperatures crossed 40 degrees Celsius in their districts. So the key outcomes include that the product, although it did not trigger in 2023, but it did trigger this year in 2024. And each and every member received an average payout of $11.8. Although the product triggered in 17 out of 22 districts, but all the members across all the 22 districts were provided with a cash assistance. In addition to this, the product also entailed members getting access to financial security and inclusion to about 17,000 members. This is very crucial to ensure that women members have a say in the decision-making process towards all the climate interventions. So these payouts ensure that they have the flexibility to decide on where to spend the money, be it for their medical treatment, buying food for their children, ensuring children's education, or simply paying off their debts or reinvesting in their livelihoods. Because during various conversations, farmer members said that they didn't have access to seeds throughout the summer season because they did not earn enough. But the money provided with help of the insurance and the cash layer put together helped them reinvest in their livelihoods or just diversify their income. Similarly, improved livelihoods. For example, the distribution of climate adaptation interventions help members mitigate impacts or by increasing their productivity or reducing medical expenses. The lessons learned were many, out of which the 4 main lessons were that although the product this year and last year focused only on extreme heat, but we need to cover multiple climate shocks and include multiple parameters like humidity and nighttime temperature. The delays in payout. So there were a lot of data collection issues, validation of satellite data, validation of members' account. So when we are talking about building climate adaptation and resilience at the community level, although the climate insurance provides a short-term access to climate finance, there is a need to integrate the same with LRRF or the Livelihood Resilience and Recovery Fund. For example, there is an anecdote here which says that Hasina Bibi is a home-based worker from Ahmedabad, and she is the sole breadwinner of her family. So whenever she used to earn during these climate shocks, managing expenses like food, children's education was gradually becoming difficult. But her husband wanted that the limited income they have should be spent towards his alcohol abuse. And whenever she used to deny, her husband would hit her. But she was left with no opinion but to give away the money. So this year the funds received that helped her buy books for her children, pay their school fees, and now they can lead a fulfilling life. So these are the benefits that the product yielded. Now in way forward, what we envision is that to cover 2.9 million members, develop a forecast-based algorithm. Because from what we have seen is that these members, they won't stop working. But if there is something which can help us develop a forecast-based algorithm that will provide them with resources before the catastrophe comes. Similarly, like I mentioned earlier, there is a need to have an all-weather insurance and product bundling, because the impact is not only on their livelihoods, but health, crop, and cattle as well. And last but not the least, in order to increase accessibility and affordability and include them to the social security measures, it is necessary that we promote cross subsidization, risk sharing mechanism, increase members' access to adaptation assistance program, so that they don't feel handicapped. And last is increasing access to green technologies. So keeping all these in mind, what should be the vision for us to develop together is a holistic product, which not only provides with immediate relief, but a long-term relief measure as well, so that they can regenerate their livelihoods. And this is one of our members' talk, that is Sharda Ben from Ajmer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rajviji, for sharing such a great initiative that is actually helpful for the women who are the most vulnerable, who are regarded as the most vulnerable, and they are now capable to earn from this initiative as well. They can save their life and livelihoods. So with that, I would like to go to our next panelist, who is Dr. Salahuddin Ahmed. And Dr. Salahuddin Ahmed, sir, will be actually discussing about the initiative, International Rice Research Organization initiative on climate smart mapping, and how the through the mapping, how the community is involved and how the community actually owns that mapping system, how the mapping system is efficient for the community, and how they are getting the benefits. So over to you, Dr. Salahuddin Ahmed.
Thank you so much, Adiba. I represent International Rice Research Institute, Bangladesh office. I'll talk about this, as Adiba said, it's a participatory tools called climate smart mapping and adaptation planning, which was actually started experimenting in Vietnam first in 2019. And it actually was accepted by the Vietnam government. They took up large program on how to make climate smart agriculture in their coastal areas, and they have introduced that mapping system in 600,000 hectares of the land and got very interesting results. And therefore it was later experimented in Cambodia and also in Bangladesh. We introduced these tools in Bangladesh in 2022 and conducted this mapping approach with the farmers and extension workers in 10 districts of Bangladesh. So I would like to show a video first that captures that how we involved all kinds of stakeholders in order to make these maps. And then maybe after the video, I can talk about that how we are going to make it more participatory, and then how to extend it more widely in coastal areas of Bangladesh, where climate shocks and hazards are more apparent in Bangladesh. So can you just play the video that I shared before?
Climate smart mapping and adaptation planning is an innovative tool that combines geographic information systems, climate data, and community input to create maps that highlight areas of risk due to climate change. These maps are crucial for planning and carrying out adaptive measures, to safeguard our ecosystems and livelihoods.
CS map basically এটা participatory mapping approach. আমরা এই অ্যাপ্রোচটা বাংলাদেশের কোস্টালে প্রায় 10টা ডিস্ট্রিক্টে আমরা এটা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করেছি। জেলাভিত্তিক কৃষির সাথে যারা সংশ্লিষ্ট কর্মকর্তা আছে বা যারা স্টেক হোল্ডার আছে তাদেরকে নিয়ে একটি কর্মশালার মাধ্যমে দিয়ে আমরা ওই অঞ্চলের বা ওই ডিস্ট্রিক্টের জলবায়ুর যে কৃষিতে জলবায়ুর যে ঝুঁকিগুলো আছে সেগুলোকে আমরা আইডেন্টিফাই করেছি। আমাদের জলবায়ুর ঝুঁকিগুলো কৃষির ক্ষেত্রে কোন কোন জায়গায় হচ্ছে এবং তার মাত্রাটা কেমন সেইটা আমরা মানে ম্যাপের মাধ্যমে আমরা সেটাকে তুলে আনার চেষ্টা করেছি।
Climate change poses significant threats to our environment.
অতিরিক্ত তাপমাত্রা বাড়ার কারণে আমাদের ফসলের ক্ষতি হচ্ছে।
ঝড় বৃষ্টি যদি হয় তার ফসল ক্ষতি হইবে।
ঔষধ পানি না দিলে সার না দিলে হয় না।
যখন বৃষ্টিপাত হয় না তখন আমাদের ক্ষেতে লবণাক্ততা বেড়ে যায় আমাদের গাছ মারা যায়।
CS map helps us understand these threats in a tangible way, allowing for better planning and adaptation.
CS map অ্যাপ্রোচের এটা একটা সবচেয়ে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ দিক যে পার্টিসিপেশনটা বা মতামতটা আসছে রুট লেভেলের স্টেক হোল্ডারদের থেকে, যারা মাঠ পর্যায়ে কাজ করে তাদের যে মাঠ পর্যায়ের অভিজ্ঞতা, তাদের যে মানে মাঠ পর্যায়ে অ্যাডাপ্টেশন নিচ্ছে যেই সব যে জিনিসগুলো যারা বা যেগুলো দরকার তারা ফিল করতেছে সেটাকেই কিন্তু তারা অ্যাডাপ্টেশনে বলছে, সেটাই তারা ঝুঁকি হিসেবে চিহ্নিত করছে। CS ম্যাপ অ্যাপ্রোচের এটা একটা সবচেয়ে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ দিক যে পার্টিসিপেশনটা বা মতামতটা আসছে রুট লেভেলের স্টেক হোল্ডারদের থেকে।
By identifying vulnerable areas, CS map enables communities to prioritize actions and allocate resources more effectively. It's a proactive approach to climate adaptation that can save lives and livelihoods.
কোন এলাকায় কি হচ্ছে এবং কি ধরনের ঝুঁকি আছে যেটা অন্যান্য মেথডের মধ্যে হয়তোবা ওইভাবে প্রতিফলিত হয় না বা হচ্ছে না, বা যেটা এইটার একটা ভালো সাইড হচ্ছে যে আমরা আমাদের অ্যাডাপ্টেশন বলেন, আমাদের ঝুঁকি বলেন, আমাদের করণীয় বলেন, এগুলা একটা ভিজুয়ালাইজেশন হয়, একটা স্পেশাল ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন আমরা দেখতে পাই। এগ্রিকালচার এক্সটেনশন যারা কৃষি সম্প্রসারণ নিয়ে কাজ করতেছে এবং তারা যদি এই টুলটাকে ব্যবহার করে তারা তাদের যে ইউনিয়ন পর্যায়ে বা কৃষক পর্যায়ে যদি তারা জলবায়ু ঝুঁকিগুলো আইডেন্টিফাই করে এবং তার যে ব্যাপ্তি এবং তার যে ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন বা সেটা যদি তারা আইডেন্টিফাই করে তাহলে কৃষক লেভেলে তারা বলতে পারবে যে হ্যাঁ তোমার এই এলাকায় এই জায়গাটায় এই ধরনের ঝুঁকি আছে এবং এই ঝুঁকিকে মোকাবেলা করতে হলে তোমার এটা করতে হবে।
তথ্য যদি ডিএই পেয়ে যায়, CS ম্যাপের তথ্য পেয়ে গেল কোথায় কোন ঝুঁকি আছে, যদি ঝুঁকি অ্যানালাইসিস হয়, রিস্ক অ্যানালাইসিস হয় এবং রিস্কগুলো আইডেন্টিফাই করা হয় এবং টাইম টু টাইম এটাকে যদি আপডেটিং করা হয়, তা আপডেটিংয়ের সাথে ডিএই এটাকে ম্যাচিং করে অ্যাডাপ্টেশন পর্যায়ে গিয়ে ডিএই একটা ভালো ভূমিকা রাখতে পারে এবং ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশন লেভেলে গিয়ে একটা ডিএই ভালো ভূমিকা রাখতে পারে, কাজ করতে পারে। এটিকে যদি আমরা কার্যকরীভাবে তৈরি করতে পারি তাহলে কিন্তু আমাদের এক্ষেত্রে আগামী দিনের ফসল উৎপাদনের পরিকল্পনায় একটা যুগান্তকারী পরিবর্তন আসতে পারে, আসা সম্ভব।
Creating CS map involved a collaborative effort from agricultural scientists, local communities and various stakeholders. Workshops were held to gather local knowledge and concerns, ensuring that the maps reflect real-world conditions and challenges.
আমরা যখন এই CS ম্যাপ করেছি আমরা কিন্তু এই যে যারা স্টেক হোল্ডার আছে, যারা মাঠ পর্যায়ে কাজ করতেছে তারা কিন্তু সকলেই জেলা পর্যায়ে এসে পার্টিসিপেট করে তাদের মতামত দিয়ে কোন জায়গায় কি ধরনের সমস্যা হচ্ছে, কি ঝুঁকি আছে, কি অ্যাডাপ্টেশন নেওয়া যায় সেটা কিন্তু তারা দিচ্ছে। অ্যাট দ্য সেম টাইম আমরা কিন্তু আবার ওই মতামতটা নিয়ে আমরা ম্যাপ তৈরি করে সেটা কিন্তু আবার ইউনিয়ন লেভেলে এসে ওই সমস্ত মতামতের ভিত্তিতে কিন্তু আমি আবার কৃষকদের সাথে মত বিনিময় করতেছি যে হ্যাঁ যেই সব মতামতগুলো আসছিল সেগুলো কতটুকু ভ্যালিডেট। সুতরাং আমি বলবো যে এটা একটা অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ যে এখানে সব লেভেলের স্টেক হোল্ডাররা যারা কৃষির সাথে সংশ্লিষ্ট তাদের কিন্তু এখানে অংশগ্রহণ হয়েছে। একই সাথে আমরা পানি উন্নয়ন বোর্ড বা ফিশারিজ যারা কৃষিকে সাপ্লিমেন্ট করতেছে তারাও কিন্তু এখানে অংশ নিয়েছে।
For CS map to remain effective, it must be sustainable. This involves continuous community engagement, regular updates to the maps, and capacity building for local stakeholders.
এই ম্যাপটা যাতে আরো সহজভাবে কৃষককে বোঝানো যায় এটার ব্যবস্থা করা উচিত বলে আমি মনে করি এবং আমরাও এটা এই ম্যাপটা ফলো করলে আমাদের কাজ অনেক সহজ হয়ে যাবে।
এটাকে স্বল্প মেয়াদি না করে আমরা যদি মধ্যমেয়াদি করি তাহলে এটা মনে হয় বেশি কার্যকরী বা ইফেক্টিভনেসটা আমাদের বাড়বে।
সহায়তাকারী প্রতিষ্ঠান হিসাবে আমরা সিজিআইএস আছে, ইডি আছে বা অন্য আরও যারা সায়েন্টিফিক ইনস্টিটিউট আছে তারা তাদের সাথে একসাথে কাজ করতে পারে পুরো প্রসেসটাকে ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করার ক্ষেত্রে। বাট সামনে ডিএই সামনে থেকে যদি এটাকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যায় তাহলে এটা আমি মনে করি যে কৃষক পর্যায়ে বা মাঠ পর্যায়ে এটা সহজেই ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করা সম্ভব।
Its seasonality and its variation with the different crops. And then we get an adaptation plan for each of the risks. And then we plan the map actually captures both risk areas and the crop related to that, and also the subsequent adaptation plan. And this is done as the video said that it was done in the district, but later on it was validated with the other stakeholders and also the farmers at the union level and also at the upazila level. So by doing that, you get a visualization of risks, adaptations, and a plan that can be time to time, renewed and developed further, and then make it useful for both planning and implementation of agriculture programs, which is climate smart. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll be available for questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Salahuddin, sir. Can you just unmute yourself?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Salahuddin, sir, for discussing such a participatory method. Actually, in most of the cases when we work or when we review, actually, as a researcher, we see that people say about locally led adaptation, but in the reality, they do not implement the actual meaning of locally led adaptation. So through this tool, actually, there was seen more participation of people, more proactive approach. Actually, that's what we need for saving our life and livelihood from the threat of climate change actually impact. So with that, I would like to now invite Dr. Ghulam Rabbani actually to discuss about the Climate Bridge Fund, and I will give the floor to Dr. Ghulam Rabbani.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Adiba. Am I audible? Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I'm very honored and humbled, to be here to talk about Climate Bridge Fund, and I would at least focus on 5 major points. What are the criteria and how we select the projects, and support the vulnerability of the climate migrants and other vulnerable population. The first thing is, in terms of accessing the Climate Bridge Fund, which is an endowment fund, which means we invested the major portion of the fund, and then we are using the income of this investment to support the adaptation projects. Now the question is, how do you access this Climate Bridge Fund? There are a number of criteria, and we call them eligibility criteria. And these criteria are, are divided into, two parts. The first one is, the project-related criteria, and the second one is institutional criteria. Under the project-related criteria, the most important criteria is impact criteria, which means, how climate change adversely affect this population and how they are vulnerable. So someone who wants to, develop a project idea needs to make sure that this population are adversely affected or potential to be affected by the climate change. And the second most important criteria is the engagement of the local community, which means the whole project idea needs to be decided by the target community. They understand their needs, they understand how to prioritize the problems, and they understand how to implement it. So the IPs, meaning the potential NGO who wants to submit the project idea, needs to go to that community and discuss the problems and needs, and prioritize those problems. So these two criteria are the most important criteria. But I can tell you, there are 12 project-related criteria. But let me just talk to you, few more criteria. Now, the third criteria is the geographic criteria. It is basically decided by the government of Germany and government of Bangladesh. So there are 5 urban locations. Shirazganj Purashobha, Satkira Purashobha, Borishal City Corporation, Rajshahi City Corporation, and Khulna City Corporation. So you need to identify the low-income community slums in the most vulnerable slums. If you bring a slum which says easily accessible and better resilient, that should not be the project location when you want to access the climate bridge fund. It should be most vulnerable slum. So that's the third criteria. And there are a few more criteria. The projects needs to be aligned with the national policy instrument, or even the city corporation's policy instrument, and also need to be discussed with the local authority, local stakeholders, and the city corporation authority. So these are the major criteria how you actually make sure that the decisions and the ideas of the project should come from the local level. And regarding institutional criteria, we actually look at some of the experiences. So track record is also, but it is not, it doesn't have to be very long experience. You need to have 10, 20 years experience. No, at least 2 project experiences, need to be there to have access to this fund. And there is a budget size. If you really want to have access to this fund, you have to make sure that you have a financial capacity. So that is quite important. And then what is the capacity? The annual budget has to be at least 5 times larger than the submitted proposal. So these are the most important criteria. Regarding second question, or second point that I want to highlight is, how do we decide the area of the implementation? In fact, as I was mentioning, that the first point is it was decided by the government of Bangladesh and government of Germany on the locations, but at the same time, during the project brief, every year we announce a call, and we identify the most potential local NGOs and also INGOs. We keep it open. But I will come to the main point, how it is different in terms of LLA. So during the project brief, before they submit the concept note, we encourage these potential partners to visit the most vulnerable slums, okay, and then talk about it, and then talk about the problems, the past problems, current problems, and what might happen in 2030, what might happen in 2025, and what are the potential problems that we see due to sea level rise, cyclone storm surge, drought, flood, salinity intrusion, and then you identify the priority needs and then develop the project idea. And then they consult with the other stakeholders, other actors, and then local authorities. So these are the, the process. That's how, they actually identify the exact project location, of this project. And let me now focus on the, community view on this initiative, how they actually see as climate risk fund. I share with you, 2-3 examples. Just immediately after the cyclone Rimal, I'm sure that most of the people here know about cyclone Rimal, which affected, central coast and southwest coast just a few months back. And I was talking to the woman, who used the, BRAC urban development program constructed, plinth-raised latrine. Only that latrine was functional in Mohammadpur slum in the Borishal City Corporation area. And I was talking to 3 women, and all of them were saying, it was very difficult to even stay in the house. But since the latrine was raised, plinth was raised, so it was not difficult to use during this, cyclonic period, at least for 5 to 7 days. So this is the example, that I see from the area. If I go another slum, which is called Bangabandhu slum in Borishal City Corporation, it was under construction, under constructed, wash block, 6-chamber wash block, and we could not even finish it. And what they did, during the cyclone period, they used it as a shelter. So some of the elderly people, some of the women, and their valuable assets, they put in the under construction, wash block. It was quite bigger than, it was 6-chamber toilets. So they used it as a shelter. It was very, interesting, and people are saying this was, kind of shelter to us. So this is how they see, and I can give you, few more examples, but I'm sorry, perhaps I don't have sufficient time to, talk about everything. Let me now focus on the last point, which is challenges. These are process-related challenges, technical challenges. Let me talk about the development concept and the adaptation concept. Unfortunately, we still find in most of the proposal, this comes as a development project. Whatever they want to do, they feel like this is an adaptation. But my main problem is, the climate projections, the future climate projections are not adequately integrated in the climate, in the concept and the proposal. So that is the major challenge that we see. Then how do you overcome these challenges? And Adiba requested me to say, how do you overcome these challenges, when you discuss? What we do, in the past, in the first 2 years, we tried to brief them about the, integration of climate projection. Now, when they, when we shortlist the, from the concept stage, and then we get like, 10 to 12, proponents to develop the detailed proposal. We bring them in a proposal development workshop, and we explain them, how to link with the climate change impacts with your proposed action, so that you make sure that you are actually trying to improve an adaptation action. And the second point is, there are, NAPs, National Adaptation Plan, available in Bangladesh. There is nationally determined contribution available in Bangladesh. There is, there are a number of, climate change strategy and action plan. So why don't you refer these documents and see what are the projections of climate change in this particular area in 2030, 2040, 2050, and look at your lifespan of your proposed technology, proposed services, and implement this based on that reference. So this is one challenge that you see. Perhaps I will finish by mentioning 1 or 2 more challenges. And then, in most of the cases, if not all, I see, there is a tendency of the proponent, they want to identify the slums and low-income communities in a comfortable zone, where access, they can go and drive the car and they can immediately enter the slums, but not the most vulnerable. So this comes with our due diligence process. We visit them and then we identified them. Some of the NGOs did not really propose to work in a most vulnerable slum or low income communities. So and now we ensure that you have to do it. You have to visit at least 10 most vulnerable slums. You have to talk to the local authorities, talk to the other actors, and identify the most vulnerable one. So this is the challenge that we see. And the last but not the least is the political pressure in selection of beneficiary. This is absolute pressure in everywhere. It is very difficult, and that's why how do you welcome? We encourage NGOs to talk with the CBOs. There are numbers of CBOs in every low-income communities. So CBOs are the voters of these people. So sometimes CBOs are more powerful than this, these community leaders. So when the CBOs go to the local authority and discuss with these political leaders, they are a bit softer than what they do with the NGOs, our implementing partners. So I'm so sorry for taking long time, Adiba. If you have any more questions, perhaps I will respond.
No, yes, thank you, Dr. Ghulam Rabbani, actually to cover such a good points. Like while managing the grants, these are the requirements or the procedures that we often face, and we actually do not know how to overcome. We actually and on ad hoc basis we try to come up with solutions. But it's really good to hear, because mostly in case of grants, in case of adaptation, the three major challenges that we actually come through is, first is finance, that what the Green Climate Bridge Fund supports. Then information and knowledge gap is one thing, that how you actually try to give capacity building, like you mentioned about arranging a workshop before writing the proposal for the grant. And lastly, collaboration. Often seen there is insufficient or no collaboration between CSOs, NGOs, government organizations. So collaboration is something actually that actually completes this program as a whole of adaptation program, that what we want to know. So now I will go to Afsara Binte Mirza from ICAT. So Afsara Binte Mirza actually will discuss about how ICAT as a research organization, think tank organization from Bangladesh, working globally, and how we are implementing locally led adaptation initiatives from our organization. Afsara, over to you.
Thank you so much, Adibapu, and hello everyone to all the panelists. And I think I come last, so I have a lot of pressure to actually make it a good one, because I had really a lot of esteemed panelists before me. But thank you so much, Adibapu, for the opportunity. And yeah, so ICAD is actually doing a lot of interesting work. And first, to begin with, is that we act as a knowledge broker for locally led adaptation in the global south, where we try to unfold locally led adaptation and what it means in different South Asian countries. But currently, we are mainly focusing on Bangladesh, where we have launched four to five divisional platforms. And what I mean by them is that these platforms are spaces where we invite stakeholders from the local level. So we have 8 divisions in Bangladesh, and we plan to actually have 8 divisional platforms by end of this year. And so far we have launched 5 platforms. The main goal of these platforms are to really synergize the local actors. And what I mean by local actors is like like INGOs, NGOs, like CBOs, grassroots organizations, academicians, universities, schools, any local actors who play a major role in terms of tackling any crisis during disasters. We try to identify them, and we hold a meeting where we just introduce them with the concept of locally led adaptation, and we kind of make it a very open discussion where we want to hear from them, like what are the local challenges that they're also facing. And one of the beneficial thing that this dialogue or these platforms really helps us to do is that it helps us to shed light on the local contextual challenges from each divisions of Bangladesh, and at the same time it also helps us to, tailor adaptation interventions or gather more evidence on adaptation interventions which are more relevant to those divisions. And as we're approaching to like COP29, and one of the key things that ICAD is doing also is working on the accountability front of locally led adaptation. So with International Institute for Environment and Development, IID, they're also a research organization and a think tank based in UK. And we have been working with them and co-developing some scorecards for locally led adaptation. And the process that we follow, in developing those is mainly a set of indicators which aligns with the 8 principles of locally led adaptation. And it's a great tool to really assess of how well communities are being involved in decision making when it comes to adaptation planning or interventions at the local level. And this scorecard can be used and tailored or contextualized to your own country's context, like political dynamic, like taking into account social dynamic, cultural dynamic. And I think the beauty of this tool is that you can tailor it, but at the same time, donors, intermediaries, and recipients can also use it. So we are doing a pilot phase of it where we are assessing 2 locally led adaptation projects that are currently happening in Bangladesh by 2 INGOs, and we probably will have a report ready by COP29. Other than that, one of the things that ICAD is doing is also doing some capacity building. So recently we also held our short course, and that was held just like last week, where we did like a 4-day long short course on locally led adaptation and its nexus with local loss and damage, to really see how the synergy between loss and damage and locally led adaptation, and how in order to adapt better we have to really see the climate change crisis in a way that really takes into account the local values of the local people. So that short course really enables us to connect with the resource persons or the practitioners who are working in the adaptation arena, but also makes sure that we co-develop with the participants of what does LLA mean for them. And this time we did it nationally. Last year it was an international cohort where we had almost 20 participants from 7 different countries, but this time we had almost 29 participants nationally from Bangladesh. Other than that, ICAD has been very actively also working on developing some indicators on global goal on adaptation. And as we know that, this COP will be very important for climate finance, and mainly the new collective qualitative goal, which really, stresses the need to set some sub goals for adaptation. Because, the last goal which was set, where we said that by 2025, we're gonna invest like 100 billion annually, that goal we couldn't meet, and that shows how how behind we are in terms of accountability and transparency of funding to the local level and to the communities who are at the front lines of the climate crisis. So one of the things that ICAD wants is also advocating is to have some indicators in the global goal on adaptation, which really encapsulates the 8 principles of locally led adaptation. And it has been a very interesting journey to work on this, on this global goal on adaptation framework. And I hope, it gives us opportunity to bridge the gaps of adaptation and really take it into consideration when the global stock take happens next time. Going forward, ICAD really plans to do a lot with the national stakeholders when it comes to locally led adaptation. So generating more evidence, like Rabbani sir shared about the Climate Bridge Fund, and these are good examples which nationally we should promote. And also one thing that ICAD wants to do is definitely lead knowledge generation when it comes to shedding light on the local adaptation interventions, which encapsulates the 8 principles. But one thing that we also want to do is also co-develop and co-generate knowledge products, initiate dialogues where we can learn from each other, where we can learn about the failures, but also the successes. Because I feel like sometimes, we have been focusing more on the successes, but less on the failures. But maybe going forward, this is something we want to do, that we plan to have next year, which is adaptation exhibition, where we want to have all the national stakeholders who are working on climate change adaptation in a broader angle, and then have, some sessions on like locally led adaptation and climate change in general. That's all for me, Adibapu, and thank you so much for having me at the panel.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for sharing such innovative initiatives that ICAD is going to do, or ICAD is planning to do actually. So with that, I will now hand over to our to the mic to Saqib Haq, who will be closing the session. Saqib Haq, over to you.
Thank you, Adiba. Thank you to all our speakers. My name is Saqib Haq. I'm the Managing Director for International Center for Climate Change and Development. And I'm very, very grateful for, firstly, to all our panelists and our partners that have been working with us for the virtual summit and the sessions beforehand, but also to our audience. So for those of you that might not know, this is being broadcast live, streamed online. So there are a number of audience members and participants that have been following quite a lot of the discussions that you've been having. And one of the elements that we've been engaged with within this virtual summit with the Resilience Hub is to use this as a way of networking, to understand what different types of work that everybody's engaged in, because there's quite a lot of activities that everybody's doing at the national and the local levels. But oftentimes this isn't something that really leaves that sphere. It just stays within our networks, it stays within our connections that are in country, in those districts, in the locality, but it doesn't allow other people to really understand how the topic is being addressed, what are different challenges or similar challenges and solutions other people are working on. And so this virtual summit for us has been one of the really engaging areas for us to be able to let people know that within this region from South Asia, there are a number of different initiatives that are being worked upon. There are a number of very experienced partners that are working on these issues. And how do we, not only talk about the projects that we're doing in sort of getting to enhance our organizations and our projects, but for other people to learn. So that one of the elements of this virtual summit is that you as organizations and panelists, your names, your organization emails, your project details and documents are also something that is shared so that people can learn from that. And I hope that they're able to reach out to you if they have questions on how may they be able to have similar impacts on their projects, on their design, or even for researchers like myself, just to be able to get more idea and information about some of the work that you're doing so that we can all work collaboratively and make more of an impact to the communities that we live to serve. So with that, I know we're running short on time, but I've been asked to sort of have a quick round between the last bit of the panelists. So I'll give a 1 minute, quick one or two bullet answer question from each of the panelists, if you don't mind. So I'll start with Rabbani bhai, jehetu financing issues on locally led issues have always been something that has been marginalized. So finance has always been a very critical topic, but locally led financing has been something that has always been marginalized from the global streams. How much funding actually gets down to the communities and where we're actually able to make that kind of impact. So Rabbani bhai, thank you. You gave a very descriptive answer into the ways that your fund is managing and looking into how you can be addressing the locally led adaptation principles in your working and how that works both streams. It's not only looking downstream at the organizations, but also upstream at the development partners and the funders that you're working with. What are the different commitments that they've agreed with? So in that sense, one sort of bullet question that I would ask you is, do you see that there are a number of different donors that have really taken on board the LLA principles and are looking to fund in that way? Or is that still something that you're fighting with each funder every time you're looking for the new grant funding phase that you're getting into? Are there more and more open donors that are really looking at how they can cut these middle streams and really get funding at the national and local levels? Or are they still working in the same old channels as before? Rabbani bhai, you're on mute.
Okay. Thank you so much for this, very pertinent question. I mean, I was talking to a number of donors, and it looks like, the development partners are pretty interested. If we consider, AFD, I was talking to them, and they are focusing. In fact, they are the first development partner who actually, took this decision to promote LLA. And secondly, I was also talking to the multilateral agencies, for example, Asian Development Bank. they are also looking at it. They want to make sure that even the government actually, integrate this LLA and, make sure that, this locally led adaptation actions are implemented on the ground under different government institutions. So at least two examples that I can refer to you at this point.
Thank you, Rabbani Bhai. Again, I would request anybody that's interested in these issues, please do feel free to reach out. Again, if you would like, you can reach out to us as the organizers or directly to the panelists and the speakers in getting a little bit more of an idea. So I think Rabbani Bhai has given us a very good list of the criteria that the Climate Bridge Fund have been looking at, how they've been trying getting the funding down to the local levels. And again, there are obviously pitfalls and channels that we should be looking into how we can improve. So if there are any additional areas that we might be able to work on and be able to improve or so, I'm sure Rabbani Bhai and particularly ourselves at ICAD would be very happy to learn what are the different ways that we might be able to streamline this. And again, what development partners might be on board to do so. So happy to bring that on board. So I'll move on to our next set of panelists, Dr. Rajvi and Dr. Salahuddin. Because both of you have given a very good sort of description about the community-led design of the projects and how you're mobilizing the communities to really take the initiatives and design them, I'll give you both a two-pointer question. Firstly, thank you so much for giving us the overview of your initiatives. I think those are very, very promising areas of work, and you're already getting quite a lot of impact and results from that. So one of the learnings that we would like for other persons that are following this summit with us, when we're designing our projects, when we're sort of working at the proposal stage, when we're looking at our stakeholders and the community levels, what are some of the elements that somebody at the design phase, at the proposal call stage, should be looking at to really make sure that the proposal and the project that we pitch for has that community-led, community-driven initiatives from the very beginning and not something that comes in at the later stage. So again, I'll give you a little bit of time to think on that, but I'll back out with a little bit of a metaphor and an analogy from our side is oftentimes when we come up with a proposal, when we're asked to join for a bid or look for a call for funding, the deadlines are very, very tight. So it's very, very difficult for us at that time to mobilize the community to go and talk to all the relevant stakeholders, whether they're subnational entities, whether they're associations or networks, or even community NGOs. And so what we try and do, as Afsara mentioned from some of our work, is to be able to do a lot of that sort of needs assessment, relationship building, partnership talks with a number of different partners through these platforms that we establish, through these divisional platforms on LLA, through these workshops and short courses, and being able to sort of get into conversations with people so that when we have a very short deadline and we're working with a very tight sort of development partner that needs documentation and support very, very quickly so that they're able to process the funding call immediately, we already have a number of our partners that we've sort of worked with, and it's a matter of just being able to refine things particular to the call that we're looking at. And that's one of the initiatives that we've taken. But just from your side, what would be some of the ways that other organizations that are working on LLA principles or CBA initiatives, what should they be doing to really make sure that their projects are taking that community drive and that local leadership as part of their design from the very beginning, and then what should we be doing throughout the project to make sure that more of these initiatives are successful? If I can start with you, Dr. Rajvi, please.
To ensure that most of the initiatives are community-led, it's just a one-line answer, have a bottoms-up approach. Whenever we are drafting a proposal, would be great to have the end beneficiaries on table with us to know what their exact needs are and how they can be addressed from localized purview. That is the one major thing we can do.
Thank you, Dr. Rajvi. Dr. Salahuddin?
I don't know whether you will be disturbed because there is a, mosquito gun going on behind my building. So
I think we're good for now, sir.
Our advantage was that this component was part of the other programs because, as you know, that International Rice Research Institute, together with other international institutes like World Fish and Potato Center and Maize and Wheat Center, we worked together and we were having a program side by side with this, the subcomponent of the project that where we are developing this CS map. So we were already engaged with the communities. So we actually had experience of several years of working with the communities, developing, technologies with them. So for us, this was not an issue. But as you know, that government has always some priorities. So if we, can work with the relevant organizations, especially in the field of agriculture, we already have, partners like Agriculture Extension Department. If you have that established relationship, they will have, priorities already known, and they can collaborate with you in that. So the communities, for agricultural actors, is an advantage that you cannot do without the community. So
Absolutely.
that already developed relationship in order in the field. But there's some problems with sometimes with the partners, because a development project, you cannot just suddenly approach the government agencies to partner with you if you are not writing the project or developing the project with them, and it is part of their planning and development programs. So there you have some problems. So you need to take some of the local NGOs, and you feel like the local NGOs do not have adequate capacity to perhaps work with in the field of agriculture, because they are mostly engaged with some other microcredits and other kind of programs. So there is always a compatibility question and problem that arises. But if you are keen, so you can work with, as Dr. Rabbani was saying, that there are always, like in the coastal area, there are polders. In the polders, there are always some water management committees, some organizations that are may not be very active in all the time, but you can always bring in those dead organizations into life,
Revive them somehow.
to work with them. So this is possible. If you are keen in doing something, you will find the ways to do it.
Absolutely, sir. I think those are some very good messages. I believe we're running short on time at the moment, so I unfortunately have to not rely on Afsara's remarks, but I hope that you've been able to get a little bit of a sense of some of the different initiatives that not just us at ACAD, but also at our partners. What are some of the different ways that we're trying to really take this LLA approach collaboratively? What are the different ways that it's manifesting themselves in different areas and on the ground? But then there are similarities, and hopefully that's the areas that we might be able to collaborate on. And as our partners mentioned, please do stay in touch with the communities. The more that you're able to really engage with them, get their needs, get their voices to be put into your discussions, put into your projects, that's where the effectivity of the initiatives really come through. And that's where we'll really be able to focus on the second L on LLA, on the leadership of local community. So with that being said, I'd like to hand over to our panelists. It's a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for taking the time, for our audience, for joining us and following the summit. Apologies for running a little bit over time, but I'll hand back over to the host. Thank you so much, Adiba.
Thank you.
Sarah, should we close the call? Should we leave?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Wherever you are joining us from the world, welcome, and thank you for joining us for this important webinar on strengthening climate change, biodiversity, and land degradation, land restoration cross-linkages for just and sustainable futures. Just a note, we do have simultaneous translation services available, so if you look on your platform, you'll be able to listen to this conversation in English and in French. And what we'd really like to discuss in this very short hour, what are the key issues for Africa to take into the upcoming COPs this year? So I'm Nadia Sitas. I'm the ecosystem-based adaptation lead for the Climate and Development Knowledge Network, the CDKN program at South North in South Africa. And on behalf of CDKN, South North, and the Resilience Hub, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. So as many of you might know, CDKN works at the intersection of climate and development, empowering decision makers to drive equitable climate resilient development by mobilizing knowledge, capacity, and leadership in the Global South to improve the well-being of the most climate affected people. So this webinar and this discussion today is a critical opportunity for us to discuss how Africa can leverage the synergies between climate change, biodiversity, and land restoration to address rising inequalities, which is especially important as we prepare for the upcoming UNFCCC COP, the CBD COP, and the UNCCD COP meetings and associated events. So essentially, these really important conversations that will be happening at a policy level across land, biodiversity, and climate-related issues. So why this discussion matters is the urgency of our conversation today really cannot be understated or overstated. Africa is facing intersecting challenges. It's one of the most vulnerable continents to climate change impacts, while also grappling with extreme inequality, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and desertification. And these challenges are not isolated. They are deeply interconnected, and the solutions must reflect that. So healthy ecosystems, sustainable land management, and climate resilience are mutually reinforcing, but they also depend on good governance, inclusive and locally led decision-making, and really ensuring that local communities benefit from restoration and adaptation efforts. So at the global level, the upcoming COPs present a timely opportunity for African countries to advocate for integrated approaches that strengthen these cross-linkages. And by bringing climate, biodiversity, and land issues together and the associated rights and responsibilities of diverse actors, we can create pathways to just and sustainable futures that benefit people and nature alike. But however, achieving this requires us to tackle key challenges and opportunities such as gender equity and social inclusion, resource mobilization, capacity strengthening, and fair access to climate finance. So those are some of the topics that we'll discuss in the webinar today. So we'll dive into some of these critical questions and hear from a wonderful panel of experts. And we'll be discussing how Africa can champion stronger linkages between climate change adaptation, biodiversity protection, and land restoration at different scales. We'll surface some of the key issues that African negotiators and stakeholders can focus on as we head into the COPs, and also speak a bit about how we can ensure that our approach to these challenges are equitable, inclusive, and just. And so we're joined by an exceptional panel of experts who will help us unpack these questions. They'll share their insights on policy, finance, practice, and local implementation. And their perspectives can help us shape the African agenda at the COPs and beyond. So before we begin, we're hoping, it's always hard in these online spaces for active participation, but if you can, please share your thoughts, your comments, your questions via the chat. Pose your questions. We'll hopefully have time for our panelists to get to some of those questions, but we really are looking for a dynamic discussion and for new collaborations as we work towards integrated solutions for a joint African future. So thank you again for joining us. And without further ado, let's get started with our first speaker. So I'm really happy to introduce our first speaker, who is Letoro Adrian. He's the co-founder of Nature and People as One. And what we were hoping to do is, as our speakers introduce themselves, they'll give a bit of a background of themselves and their organization. But Letoro, I was wondering if you could just share a little bit with us about, at the local level where your organization is working, just to share how significant the linkages are between biodiversity, climate, and land restoration. Letoro, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nadia. So my name is Letoro. I am co-founder at Nature and People as One, NAPO, and a lot of our work is more focused on community governance and enabling those locally led decision makings and supporting the knowledge that already exists. Our work is based in northern Kenya. We are heavily focused on the dryland forests that are found in northern Kenya. So northern Kenya is generally it's considered an arid and semi-arid area, so it's a dryland. And so there are these pockets of dryland forests that are really critical for community adaptation to climate change, but also for biodiversity. Really, when we speak about the linkages between climate change, biodiversity, and land stewardship up in where we work, it all goes together, right? So the area that we work in, we work with pastoralist communities. These are communities that move around with the livestock, and so it's a very land dependent community. So if the health of the land is really what determines the health of the livestock, and by extension the livelihoods. So the area we work in, specifically at the moment, the Mount Marsabit forest. This forest is home to the communities, the communities that we're talking about, but also to endangered species such as the gravy zebra, the reticulated giraffe. So it has the function of being a home to really endangered wildlife species, but also home to a community who is dependent on this forest, especially during the drought. This is where we have the dryland, the dry grazing areas. So when it gets really dry, all the communities kind of converge in this forest area to be able to get fodder, medicine, and it has several ecosystem functions within the whole dryland area. So this is kind of highlighting what the linkages between climate change, which is the droughts, the land degradation, which is heavily affecting because of more frequent utilization of this landscape, and biodiversity, which is the amount of biodiversity that's there with the endangered wildlife species, but also key plants and species that are specifically within that area. So a lot of our work goes into strengthening the community ownership and the community governance, because these forests exist because of the stewardship that was already being carried out by the pastoralists and the knowledge that has always protected this landscape. So for us, that's a huge and a critical aspect of bringing. When you foster the inclusive conservation and restoration of these landscapes, then it has multiple benefits for addressing, of course, the land degradation, biodiversity loss, but also helping communities to adapt in a space where now it's very uncertain with the weather conditions and the drought. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Letoro. I was wondering, given the work that you're doing with communities and acknowledging them and local communities as stewards of the land and the landscapes, I was wondering if you could share with us some examples of policy frameworks that are having a direct impact at the local level in helping to meet some of these very important local issues, but also connecting to these global targets.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a really important question in terms of, we always have global targets, but really, how does it get down? How does it trickle down to the local level? And one such example of a policy framework that we're working on is based on the Kenya Forest Act. So it's a Forest Management Act of 2016. And this basically what it does is it enables communities to be able to manage. There's a section that enables communities to be able to manage gazetted forest, or what are considered government forests. So what the process is, basically you have to sign a forest management agreement with the Kenya Forest Service, which is the body that is mandated to conserve forests in the national government in Kenya. And it provides a legal basis, right? So through the participatory forest management plan, this provides a legal basis for communities to be involved in the management of utilization of gazetted forests, such as, like we said, the Mount Marsabit National Forest. But the thing is, already communities were managing, but now this kind of provides that framework. And it's such policy frameworks that then, they kind of build that the local decision making and bring in the aspect of community governance to a space that usually, is dominated by the gazetted forests are considered government land or belonging not necessarily to a community. So it's this is a clear example, a good example of a framework that can be used as a to show the linkage to the global targets, right? So targets like this on the CBD, target 2 on restoring 30% of the land, and target, I guess, 3 as well, and kind of linking it to also other frameworks that are supposed to help restore our land, but also do it in an inclusive and equitable way, right? So putting communities at the center of such decisions and providing a legal framework for communities to be able to make these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Letore. It's such an incredible example of community kind of based ownership and governance of shared resources. And we'll definitely come back to you in the Q&A. And if there's anyone online that has further questions, it's such a wonderful example. I wanted to take us, so we've been chatting to Letore from Kenya. I wanted to take us slightly west across the continent, where we'll be joined with Maimouna Diouf, who is the gender focal point for Enda Energy, working on climate change issues in Senegal and in some of the countries around. Maimouna, I was wondering if you, similarly to Letore, faced with the challenges of combating the impacts of climate change and conserving biodiversity to strengthen the resilience of communities, I wondered if you could share some of the practices that you have been involved with with your organization and with the communities that you work with.
Thank you so much, Maria. Hi, everyone. So I would like to be sure that the translation is okay. It's okay? Okay, good. Okay, thank you so much for this question. So my name is Maimouna Diouf. I'm the gender focal point at Enda Energy. So aujourd'hui, puisque la traduction est OK pour permettre aux francophones aussi d'en bénéficier, je vais m'exprimer en français. Et donc, Enda Energy est une ONG qui travaille sur les questions d'accès à l'énergie, sur les questions de changement climatique. Et là, je suis chargée de programme et en même temps point focal genre de l'institution. Par rapport à la question, je vais essayer d'aborder les questions de la biodiversité. Comment aujourd'hui, au niveau d'Enda Energy, on prend en compte cette question? Désolée parce que ma caméra, ça coupe chaque seconde. Je ne sais pas pourquoi. Donc, là, je dirais que ce soit la conservation ou la restauration des terres, c'est un objectif urgent, utile et réalisable pour faire face aux multiples crises mondiales, notamment le changement climatique. Donc, il est temps de passer des engagements aux actes. Et si aujourd'hui, on voit jusqu'à 40% des terres de la planète sont dégradées, ce qui affecte la moitié de l'humanité et a des conséquences désastreuses sur le climat, la biodiversité et les moyens de subsistance. Si la tendance actuelle se poursuit, donc il faudra restaurer 1,5 milliard d'hectares de terre d'ici 2030. Donc ça, c'est quand même énorme pour parvenir à un monde neutre sur le plan de la dégradation des terres. Donc, c'est important aujourd'hui de redonner vie aux terres présentes, de multiples avantages, que ce soit pour l'homme, mais également pour la nature. Aujourd'hui, avec les données disponibles, on dit que chaque dollar investi dans la restauration des terres dégradées génère entre 7 et 30 dollars de retombées économiques. Donc, il est important d'investir sur la question de la restauration, de la conservation de la biodiversité. Il est urgent aussi de mettre en place des politiques et des incitations économiques pour débloquer une économie de la restauration d'une valeur de 1000 milliards de dollars. Et donc, pour nous, concrètement, qu'est-ce qu'on est en train de faire au niveau du Sénégal? La conservation, comme on le dit, la conservation signifie qu'il faut une utilisation durable de la nature par les communautés. Donc, je vais donner l'exemple aujourd'hui d'un projet sur la diffusion de foyers améliorés, parce que si on veut restaurer ou bien si on veut conserver la biodiversité, il faut qu'il y ait des alternatives. Donc, l'exemple du projet de renforcement de l'accès aux foyers améliorés qui consiste à diffuser les foyers améliorés pour la cuisson afin de réduire la consommation de bois, de chauffe et de charbon. Donc, ce qui permet de réduire la déforestation, de réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Donc, quand on parle de réduction de l'émission de gaz à effet de serre, il y a les questions d'atténuation du changement climatique qui sont prises en compte. Et donc, pourquoi c'est important de prendre en compte cette question en termes d'alternatives? C'est parce qu'en milieu rural, les femmes qui sont chargées d'assurer la cuisson n'ont souvent pas ni d'électricité ni de gaz pour cuisiner. Donc, il faut une alternative. Et c'est pour cela que les foyers améliorés permettent aux femmes non seulement de cuisiner, mais également de gagner du temps dans la cuisson afin de pouvoir développer d'autres activités génératrices de revenus. Et donc, comprendre par là qu'il faut aussi restaurer tout en ayant des alternatives qui permettent de réduire la déforestation. Par exemple, jusque-là, la communauté a besoin du bois puisqu'ils n'ont pas d'autres alternatives, surtout ceux qui sont en milieu rural. En plus de la diffusion des foyers améliorés pour une conservation de la biodiversité, il faut aussi restaurer. C'est important de restaurer. Et là, je vais prendre l'exemple de l'écosystème mangrove. Et là, nous avons des partenaires qui nous accompagnent dans le reboisement de la mangrove, comme Mitsubishi Corporation. Avant Mitsubishi, nous avons des partenaires comme Wetland, comme IFDD. Plusieurs partenaires nous accompagnent dans ce processus de reboisement de l'écosystème mangrove. Et donc, quand je parle de cet écosystème mangrove, peut-être c'est parce que c'est un écosystème qui est particulier. Elle constitue une formation végétale suscitant un grand intérêt à l'échelle mondiale. Elle joue non seulement un rôle économique important pour les biens qu'elle procure, fruits de mer, feuilles médicinales, mais intervient aussi dans les processus de régulation de nombreux phénomènes tels que les inondations, l'érosion côtière. La mangrove est aussi un lieu de reproduction des poissons. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est dans ce cadre que nous menons des projets et programmes contribuant à la restauration de cet écosystème à travers le reboisement, mais également des activités génératrices de revenus comme l'ostréiculture, par exemple. Donc, on est toujours dans la conservation. Pourquoi aujourd'hui on parle d'ostréiculture? Parce que nous sommes dans un écosystème où il y a des insulaires, des communautés qui vivent autour de cet écosystème et ils ont besoin de ces ressources pour vivre. Et donc, quand je donne l'exemple de l'ostréiculture, les femmes qui vivent dans les îles, que ce soit dans le delta du Saloum, la Casamance, en Guinée ou en Gambie, c'est quand même un écosystème où les communautés ont besoin des activités génératrices de revenus autour de cet écosystème mangrove. Donc, l'ostréiculture développée par ces femmes mène pour la plupart à la déforestation parce que pour utiliser les produits ostréicoles, ils coupent l'écosystème. Donc, c'est des outils rudimentaires. Et pour combattre cela, on met à leur disposition, par exemple, des parcs ostréicoles qui leur permettent d'avoir les huîtres dont elles cherchaient dans les mangroves. Là, si on met en place des parcs ostréicoles, ça permet de ne pas couper les racines de la mangrove et en même temps, ils auront ces huîtres, ils pourront développer leurs activités génératrices de revenus. Donc, juste pour dire que c'est bien de vouloir conserver, mais c'est mieux d'y associer des alternatives et ça sera difficile. Il sera vraiment difficile d'atteindre notre mission de conservation sans pour autant mettre en avant des activités alternatives pour les communautés. Donc, voilà les quelques exemples que je voulais partager avec vous en attendant d'autres questions. Merci beaucoup, Nadia.
Merci beaucoup, Maimuna. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing those examples and really highlighting, the importance of all of these other intersecting issues around kind of energy and food security. And I know you've got a lot of other examples to share about your work on integrating gender equity and social inclusion in the restoration efforts. But in the interest of time, we'll save some of that for a discussion during our Q&A session. But thanks very much. And we're going to now move on to we're going to step out a little bit. So we've heard some really great examples from some local case studies. Maimuna also shared some of the transboundary issues with neighboring countries around shared resources. But we'll be moving now to Eva Maria Okoth, who's the acting regional coordinator for the International Land Coalition. So welcome, Eva. And I wanted to know if you could share with us today your specific focus for the International Land Coalition on rights, and especially land rights. And I wondered if you could share why land rights matter in the context of climate change and biodiversity conservation and also restoration efforts. So over to you, Eva.
Thank you so much, Nadia. So for those who do not know about ILC, we are a coalition, a global coalition of over 300 diverse organizations who are working collectively to advance people-centered land governance as a pathway to addressing the very global and interconnected challenges that we continue to face, such as climate change, inequality, food systems, and civic space. In Africa, we have a total of 95 members spread across sub-Saharan Africa, and our members are organized into national level and regional thematic multi-stakeholder platforms who are working collectively or to achieve the 10 commitments of ILC that are related to people-centered land governance. And so at ILC, we see these multi-stakeholder platforms as vehicles through which you can address land governance issues in a holistic way, bringing in different stakeholders. And we channel our support in terms of generation of data, use of data, and engagement in policy spaces to position land rights as a key and important aspect of addressing global challenges. Beyond that, ILC also has 2 cross-cutting pledges, including gender justice and defending land and environmental defenders. And these are components that we integrate across all our work. When it comes to work around climate, ILC has a flagship program on people, climate, and nature. And the focus of this flagship or initiative is to position land rights as a key component in addressing climate change through 3 pillars. And the first pillar is, securing land tenure rights as an avenue through which we can advance biodiversity protection and reverse land degradation while positioning communities at the center of all this. The second pillar is about looking at climate solutions that recognize and respect the land rights of communities. So avoiding the top-down approaches to addressing climate change that we see in many cases. And then finally, the last pillar is around securing land tenure rights for sustainable food systems. And so Nadia, like you said, for us, securing land and ensuring equitable land rights will help us achieve our targets and commitments under the Rio Conventions, which has really come out very strongly in what the previous speakers have mentioned. And so why is it that land is very important? Because when we look at the many solutions that are being proposed, they are very land intensive, and this will require a lot of land in order to achieve some of these initiatives, be it restoration, conservation, afforestation. All this requires a lot of land, and hence places a lot of pressure on areas or ecosystems that are already occupied and stewarded by indigenous peoples who have been there for long. And so, for example, in Africa, we see countries like Liberia, Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, where governments are already signing land concessions with private investors who are looking to, invest in various nature-based solutions such as carbon markets. And this has resulted in a number of issues being raised, like illegal evictions, land grabbings, and various other threats that really needs to be addressed. And so we need to see how we can leverage already existing opportunities to ensure that secure land tenure is addressed in a very practical way within various frameworks. And one of the opportunities I can say is that increasingly the language within climate conventions already recognize the importance of land. And we are seeing this in frameworks such as the CBD and the UNCCD, where land is now becoming very strong. And this presents an opportunity for us to use that to advocate for even greater integration at national level. However, at national level, we still see many challenges in how land is being taken into account within national and local level implementation of these frameworks. And as ILC, we've had various initiatives where our platforms have been trying to position, and I think I'll share more about this and good examples of how this has happened. Thank you so much, Nadia. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, very much for sharing the importance of land and land rights, and land cuts across all of these different conventions, and of course is deeply connected to people in those land and seascapes as well, as we heard from Maimuna too. So up next, linked to all of this is kind of how do we build knowledge systems and integrate evidence around these processes. And so our next speaker is a dear colleague and friend from the CDKN, Fatima Rajbali, who is our Africa lead for the program. And Fatima, I was wondering if you could share what the role of knowledge brokers are in strengthening climate change, biodiversity, and land restoration cross linkages, and especially for Africa. Fatima, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nadia. And yeah, great to be hearing from all the other speakers about the work across different scales. So yeah, to add the lens of the role of a knowledge broker. So let me start off by first explaining what a knowledge broker is. So as a knowledge broker, which is where I work as part of the Climate and Development Knowledge Network, we see ourselves as linking producers and users of knowledge to ensure the eventual use of it. But more than that, we see knowledge brokering as facilitating change, creating innovation by strengthening relationships and networks, and co-creating new knowledge that is demand-driven. Now, we want to do this process which should really be informed by diverse forms of knowledge. So I'm not just talking about academic and research knowledge, but really kind of building on indigenous, community, experiential knowledge, which I think has really been made reference to by Letoro and Maimuna. So it is increasingly clear that we need to work with others in creative ways to find solutions and opportunities that can guide us towards strengthening the intersection between climate change, biodiversity, and land restoration within the region. And really kind of complementing the kind of AU 2063 agenda that really speaks to all of these issues. And I think knowledge brokers can play multiple critical roles in co-producing relevant knowledge based on diverse sources, facilitating the convening of different actors, and fostering innovative exchanges and interactions that not only inform actions, but also inform learning for the region. To do this, a wide range of activities must be undertaken, including understanding what cross-cutting adaptation, biodiversity, and land restoration evidence is needed, and for whom, and to understand the decisions that need to be made across the different sectors and scales. So this may, for example, include repackaging existing information and knowledge, or responding to addressing specific knowledge gaps, or even designing tailored capacity strengthening trainings for national, subnational institutions and organizations. So in this intervention, I want to look at three particular things that we should consider. One is to make cross-cutting climate change, biodiversity, and land restoration knowledge more accessible and user-friendly. So to do that, we need to understand how target audiences consume and engage with knowledge. So for example, for government officials who work on climate change with limited knowledge on, let's say, specific land degradation neutral targets or the global biodiversity framework, we may need to kind of support to develop, for example, a virtual community of practice or briefing notes that really bring together the interconnections so that it's context specific rather than a heavy report, let's say, and knowledge types. So knowledge brokers promote the sharing or co-creation of new knowledge by helping different stakeholders collaborate and exchange experiences and perspectives, which can also elevate learning and empower actors. So I want to give you an example from the Urban Art for Climate project, which is one of CDCAN's locally led adaptation projects led by Grand Slam National in Cameroon. So it focuses on towns which are plagued by deforestation, overfishing, poaching, and so forth, which is leading to a loss of livelihood for many vulnerable people. Now, through the project, young artists and performers in slam, storytelling, and stand-up are supported through an artistic residency, and they're introduced to indigenous traits, conserving the cultural heritage of their ecosystems and biodiversity to help inspire their works. So this can include honey harvesting, eco-construction techniques, and so on. After they produce their work, they then go on a tour to showcase their performances. And these performances are intended to raise awareness about how local actors can change their behaviors and take action to become more resilient to climate change risks. And finally, the last one I want to point out is the importance of fostering innovation and challenging cultural norms. So in many cases, knowledge brokers need to go beyond merely linking producers of knowledge to users. We need to challenge power imbalances, cultural or institutional norms, and even create bridges between different sectors, values, and knowledge types, which is really a critical need when we think about the intersection between the three topics of today's webinar rather. So one quick example of that is in northern Ghana, where CDCAN is working with a women's group, where in northern Ghana, it's very conservative, and these women's groups are using traditional song to advocate for local climate action. Now, these songs convey messages rooted in a combination of research findings, lived experiences, and local knowledge on climate risks and locally led solutions. It's proven an effective means of advocacy in Ghana. And CDCAN has partnered with local radio stations and recorded songs which were broadcasted across 2 municipalities and 200 communities. So these selected women were interviewed through radio discussions, amplifying their messages and giving them a voice and the knowledge visibility in the community. So I'll stop here and get back to you.
Thanks so much, Fatima. Yeah, especially for those examples. And I think both of those examples, actually, we had a question from Richard Hughes, which was around when we're working with different communities, how to engage with different cultures. And I think the example of the songs and the song making process that you highlighted in Northern Ghana was one of those. So to kind of communicate and package information in a way that people are already having conversations around issues that they really care about is important. I wondered, I'll give a moment, I think you can all see that question in the chat. I wondered if there's just one panel member, we'll just hear from maybe one of you, if you wanted to give us another example of how maybe in the work that you've done, you have engaged in specific, how you've ensured that the work has been culturally appropriate in the places where you have. I'll maybe leave it up to Popcorn to see who's the first person that wants to answer there. Okay, maybe that was a bit unfair to spring that question on you, but maybe, and I think you've already used some of those examples in the stories that you shared and in the examples of how you've worked at different levels with different kind of policy instruments, you know, whether that's through network weaving, through different institutions. But I wanted to hold this conversation in terms of the discussions that will be happening at a global level in the next couple of months. And I wondered if you, we could hear from all of you, what are you hoping is discussed at the COPs and the associated events, knowing that there's some discussions in negotiation spaces, but very important conversations happening outside those spaces as well. So I wondered if each of you could share, and maybe we'll just do it in the order of how you presented earlier, just for ease, whether you could share, what you're hoping is discussed at the upcoming COPs and associated events. Letora, I'll hand over to you first.
Yeah, thank you so much. What I would love to see discussed more is, based on some of the examples I've shared, is what implementation, how can we get it, what can we get done already, right? Or which frameworks or which frameworks can we target that we can get done, right? And then kind of learn from that, right? Within the different countries and the different national, subnational levels, which of these frameworks kind of allude to will help us meet the targets? And how can we start focusing on that, on those targets or those policy frameworks to kind of just get them done? And then this will feed into the discussions, right? Because we need to look at the policies we have and kind of see what within those ones, which ones would be most feasible to work, as opposed to maybe bringing in new language and language that may take, again, another several years to be negotiated, get definitions. This is usually the process, which can be quite long and very arduous. So for me, it's right, get to implementing some of the stuff that we already have that actually speaks to the targets that we have, and we can actually start meeting the targets. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Letora. And I think in updating of the Global Biodiversity Framework, that's something that they really wanted to focus in on, is the means of implementation, which was maybe lacking in previous agreements, and really thinking, about how we can get started. So I think, and hopefully in the next time these COPs come around for biodiversity, it happens every 2 years, we're no longer talking about the how, we're actually sharing examples of what has been done. So thank you very much for that. Maimuna, over to you for the same question. What are you hoping is discussed at the upcoming COPs?
Okay, thank you, Nadia. Avant de parler de Next COP, je voudrais juste préciser que les projets et les exemples qui ont été partagés tout à l'heure, il y a quand même une bonne prise en compte du genre dans notre approche, parlant de genre, que ce soit sur les projets de foyer amélioré que je présentais tout à l'heure. On a travaillé avec des jeunes et des groupements de femmes, des personnes vivant avec un handicap, que ce soit dans le projet ostréicole aussi. Nous avons travaillé avec les femmes, les jeunes qui ont reboisé, etc. Ça, c'est tout à l'heure, je voulais l'ajouter avant d'aller aux prochaines étapes. Donc, pour moi, globalement, nous sommes sur le terrain et nous travaillons à différents niveaux, que ce soit avec les femmes, les communautés qui sont sur le terrain, mais également avec les institutions. Et donc, pour moi, lors des prochaines COP, il serait bien que les gouvernements, les entreprises, la société civile, ils devraient intensifier et accélérer les actions de restauration de la terre dans toutes les régions du monde comme solution rentable pour atteindre les différents ODD qu'on s'est fixés, tout en prenant en compte les questions de genre et inclusion sociale. Et donc, pour ça, c'est un message que je lance pour la COP 16 qui se tiendra en décembre. Et donc, pour moi, la conservation de la biodiversité, il est important de mettre en avant des alternatives au profit des communautés pour les solutions durables et inclusives. Pour la COP 29 qui se tiendra à Bakou, nous espérons avoir des résultats concrets sur le financement, sur l'objectif mondial en matière d'adaptation, le Global Gear Adaptation. Je pense que c'est important, mais également l'opérationnalisation des financements des pertes et préjudices, tout en prenant en compte les questions de genre de manière transversale, genre et inclusion sociale de manière transversale. Donc voilà en quelque sorte ce que je voulais partager avec vous, Nadia. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Maimuna. And yeah, very direct asks of those specific COPs that are coming up, and the importance of including, gender equity and social inclusion throughout. And that's, a cross-cutting mechanism to really make sure that the implementation that happens from these different agreements is done in ways that support current and future generations as well, and kind of facilitate them to continue to adapt and thrive. Eva, over to you. What are you hoping is addressed at the upcoming COPs?
Thanks, Nadia. Yeah, from my perspective, I think land rights, always central, and this should never be lost in any negotiation. So we have to make sure that in defining indicators under the CBD, in defining commitments under UNCCD, UNFCCC, land rights must always be central to everything that is being discussed. And then secondly, something very close or similar to what Leitoro has said, I think we now need to have a more transformative approach to translating these commitments into impact, on the ground. Because so much has been said at global level, at regional level, but it is not yet resulting in the impact that we want to see and the positive change we want to see. So at national level, we need to see these conversations trickling down and more bottom-up approaches to formulating policies and targets in country, as well as implementation of those targets in country in an inclusive way. And some of the examples I can share already is, as ILC, we have really been working very closely with the national land coalitions to see how they can also inform target setting under the 3 Rio conventions at national level. So currently, like our national land coalition in Togo, in Burkina Faso, and in Kenya are trying really much to be involved in the NDC target setting so that they can integrate land tenure considerations there. Also, NLC in Senegal and other countries have also been participating in national level dialogues on how land tenure can be integrated very concretely in land degradation neutrality targets under the UNFCCC. So this is the kind of engagement we want to see trickle down at national level, and to make sure that all stakeholders are involved and that we receive the impact we need to see. So yes, that is from my perspective, Nadia.
Thanks so much, and a very clear call there around land rights as this unifying topic across all of these conventions. We did have a question, another question around why don't we have a COP for all the Rio conventions? And I think that's, that's kind of what this webinar is about. Like, how can we, rather than spending money across all of these different spaces in different places in the world, but really start to think about these things in an integrated way, because they have to both be spoken about and acted upon in an integrated way. And so maybe handing over to you, Fatima, for what you're hoping to see in the next couple of months at some of the negotiations going forward.
Yeah, I'm not really saying anything new. I totally agree with what all of the speakers have just said. I do think it's an incredibly important moment for us to, and I agree that, the global spaces are there for negotiations, and they have a purpose that in a way kind of requires domestication. So there's such a critical value for kind of the mapping of synergies between existing government policies that I think, both well, actually everyone here has spoken about. And this, by doing that, we increase coherence and efficiency on the allocation of resources. So there are clear overlaps between the measures, the various sort of targets and measurements between the ENAPs, the NDCs, the NBSAPs, and the LDN targets. And if we are going to have duplication, let's at least have timely duplication of efforts across national administrations, especially with the new NDCs, the new and updated NBSAPs. There really is an opportunity to be aligning with existing the various sort of targets that are set out. But I just want to mention one thing with regards to finance. I mean, if we have coherence at a planning stage, then we also have a little bit more coherence on financing requirements. And that's what you can take to the global level or to various other sort of financial sort of institutions. We need to be identifying actions for co-financing to be, and that will also enable governments to use smartly the very limited resources they have. Thanks.
Sorry, you would think that after all of this, I would be able to find my unmute button, but my mouse was having a holiday. Thank you so much for all of those interventions. And I think it's, really important points about the work that we can start doing already in our countries, finding out whether we have national platforms, figuring out who our national focal points are, making sure that if there is a call that comes out to support, some kind of participation or engagement process, or an ask for evidence, we are ready to supply some of that and link it to the work that we're doing. We have a couple more minutes before we wrap up. I'm always curious with, when you have these panels, you've already shared what you'd like to hear in terms of the next COPs. But do you see, other than the COPs, do you see any opportunities over the next couple of months? And maybe you can share if your organization is involved specifically in upcoming events. We will try and share a whole lot of resources and links in the chat as well, that people can find out more about your organizations. We flash them up on the slide. We're definitely I've been taking a lot of notes, and I think we'll write up a blog that consolidates all this information, because I see so many important points coming out where we can share some more resources. But this opportunity for the global community to hear from each of you now, what does your organization have planned? And it doesn't necessarily have to be specifically around those COPs, but in terms of ensuring synergies across these different agendas, ensuring gender equity and social inclusion considerations are respected. What are some of your thoughts? Maybe should we go backwards this time?
Sure. So there are a couple of things that CDCAN is going to be involved in. I'm sure, Nadia, you could speak to many of the events taking place at the upcoming COPs. So definitely watching that space, engaging. CDCAN is really built around partnerships and collaborations, and it's great to be with all the speakers here, because we are working with them one way or the other, or a part of their coalitions and their networks. And that's exactly how CDCAN functions. I do think one of the things that we do need more of, and this is something that CDCAN is striving to do and would love to work with others on this front, is developing good practice case studies. And because it's so important that we develop learning and examples of practice using multiple mediums that really provide contextually specific sort of examples, which I think there's a great demand for within the region. So, for the region, where there's kind of an opportunity to also kind of cross-learn from other countries, I think that will be an incredibly exciting thing to be taken forward, and one that we are looking forward to working with many of the partners here today.
Thanks very much, Fatima. Maybe Eva, over to you for a quick intervention.
Thanks, Nadia. Yeah, I think there are numerous opportunities coming up where ILC is looking to engage more and more and take forward the conversations. Starting with the upcoming International Rural Women's Day, where we are going to continue highlighting some of this key messaging and the importance of women land rights is in all these initiatives, and how those linkages can be enhanced. As ILC Africa, we also strive on an annual basis to convene forums, regional forums, such as the Africa Land Forum, that provides a space where different actors and stakeholders can come together to dialogue on key thematic areas of common interest. And I'm sure climate remains one of the key areas that we are looking to engage more in from a land rights perspective. And then in 2025, of course, plans are underway to for the Global Land Forum, which is another space that ILC convenes various actors from across the world, really to speak about and dialogue on issues of land governance more broadly. So these are the upcoming spaces, but more and more, of course, opportunities exist where we can engage and have these conversations. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Eva. Maimuna, over to you for some interventions of what you maybe have planned in the next few months.
For the next 3 months, nous planifions de dérouler des activités de session, des side events que nous prévoyons d'organiser lors de la COP, et nous invitons l'ensemble des parties prenantes à y participer. Et là, ça va porter sur différentes thématiques. Et la plupart des sessions seront déroulées avec le gouvernement du Sénégal, les autres organisations de la société civile, que ce soit sur les questions de genre et inclusion sociale, que ce soit sur les questions de biodiversité, mais également sur la transparence. Donc, il y a plusieurs événements qui seront déroulés lors de la COP 29, mais également COP 16. Donc, où nous serons très présents en 2025 également par rapport aux différents événements sur la désertification. Nous le célébrons chaque année, donc où nous mobilisons l'ensemble des parties prenantes et aussi au niveau, nous mobilisons également les différentes télévisions pour qu'il y ait une bonne sensibilisation sur les questions de changement climatique, sur les questions de désertification et aussi avec des actions concrètes qu'on montre à l'ensemble des communautés, ce qu'on est en train de faire, et nous invitons l'ensemble des parties prenantes qui seront intéressées à ces événements par rapport aux questions de changement climatique, désertification, mais également sur les énergies renouvelables.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Maimuna. And then last but definitely not least, Letora, I wanted to give you the kind of closing marks, because I think what you also represent is youth in these spaces. And I know you are very active in youth-led movements and processes, and essentially the importance of including youth voices across all of these different negotiation spaces as we shape the world that young people are set to inherit. So maybe some final words from you, Letora.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think really when we speak about it, it's mainstreaming the knowledge and youth across all levels, right? I've been speaking the whole time about all the levels, from the local level it could look like the herders who are not going to school, the young people who are not there, but also how do we bring that knowledge, and these are things that we need to consider, or potentially within the spaces that we have at the COP, the youth who are being involved in negotiations, giving them more space to be able to actually advocate for some of the priorities that we face, the realities that we currently face, and seeing how this can actually flow up without it being necessarily being ticked off as youth were present, or that for me would be the ideal situation. And because there's a lot of, and we've already mentioned it before, there's also lots of case studies of young people, but also communities that are already doing work to address the 3 Rio conventions, right? So kind of seeing more of this, that's what I look forward to, seeing these stories of what change is already happening and how can we further these changes over the next couple of months. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of the panelists for sharing that. I think one message that has come out loud and clear, and that CDKN has been listening as a knowledge brokering organization to try and capture these stories of practice. And I know there are lots of organizations that are also doing that. So how do we start bringing those stories and those good practice examples to the fore and start linking them with a lot of policy processes? I know that we are out of time. I just wanted to mention very, very briefly, so CDCAN will be involved in the COPs going forward. We have this wonderful platform, the Resilience Hub, which is the virtual summit at the moment. It'll have a physical space at COP29, and CDCAN and South North with some other lovely partners that you've heard. Some of them already during this webinar series. We'll be planning some events linked to the Biodiversity and Climate Challenge. We also have at COP16, we are running a multi-actor dialogue around human rights-based approaches for biodiversity and climate action. And so bringing back that important issue of rights under Section C of the new Global Biodiversity Framework, which really does advocate for acknowledging diverse values and knowledge, respecting human rights, and really thinking about what are those good practice examples. And so we'll be having conversations and running side events and supporting our partners, because that's also the other thing that came out very clearly is there are incredible organizations doing incredible work, but how do we start working together? How do we amplify ours and each other's voices into these spaces and really start advocating for the change that we want to see happen? So we'll be summarizing this conversation and taking those messages into the COPs as we go forward. If there are any people listening online and you'd like to learn more about CDKN, please do go to our website. But we'll also be looking for ways to engage in other spaces so we can continue these conversations going forward. So I know it is lunchtime. I think there's an hour break now, and then the programming continues. There are two incredible sessions happening this afternoon. The one is around intersectionality and climate change, and again, profiling the voice of young speakers into that space and really digging into issues related to mental health, which is a really important issue. And there'll also be another locally led adaptation conversation being led by Evina happening, in an hour's time. So just to say thank you to the organizers for allowing us to have this space, and thank you so much to the speakers. This has been such an incredible conversation, and we wish you a very lovely rest of your days wherever you are in the world.
Buenos días, buenas tardes y buenas noches a todas y todas que nos acompañan el día de hoy. Los saludo en diferentes zonas horarias porque tenemos la suerte de que nos acompañan en esta llamada personas de Indonesia, que es bastante tarde para ellas en este momento, y personas de Costa Rica, que arrancaron muy temprano para acompañarnos hoy. Es un gusto para mí estar dando inicio a esta sesión. Mi nombre es Victoria Matusevich, soy parte de la Fundación Avina y estoy a cargo de liderar la iniciativa BASE. BASE es una iniciativa coordinada por Avina, junto con otros socios e iniciativas alineadas, que nació hace 2 años con el propósito de hacer que más financiamiento llegue a nivel local. Nosotras en Avina entendemos que existen muchas barreras por las cuales el financiamiento no llega a las bases, y es importante definir cuál de estas prioridades tenemos que abordar a la hora de poder levantar esas barreras. Entonces entendimos que uno de los desafíos que no se estaba abordando, y ahí es donde entra Avina buscando tender puentes entre los diferentes actores, donde vemos brechas de colaboración, es buscar formas simplificadas de entender la evidencia climática de las propuestas y desarrollarla, porque la manera tradicional de hacerlo normalmente requiere mucho esfuerzo, muchos recursos, conocimientos que en general llegan del norte global y hacia el sur global. Entonces BASE tiene esta misión que busca en diferentes esquemas de donaciones encontrar alternativas sobre cómo se puede desarrollar esta evidencia climática. ¿Y a qué nos referimos con evidencia climática? Bueno, básicamente tiene que ver con entender de qué manera podemos justificar que los proyectos que financiamos tienen una raíz que se origina en el cambio climático y pretende abordar una solución que causa que generan los impactos del cambio climático. Antes de olvidarme, disculpen, les aviso que este evento tiene traducción simultánea en inglés, en portugués y en español. I'm going to say that in English, just in case. Sorry if you missed it, but I wanted to remember you all that this event has simultaneous translation in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. So if you haven't switched the translation, please do it now. Vamos a tener a colegas que hablen en estos 3 idiomas, así que es importante que cada uno y cada una de ustedes elija la interpretación de acuerdo al idioma que habla. Entonces, muy rápidamente, antes de darle la palabra a mis colegas que hoy nos acompañan y que Pamela los va a presentar, contarles que hace 2 años lanzamos nuestro primer esquema, nació BASE, y el año pasado lanzamos nuestro primer esquema de donaciones. En este esquema de donaciones apoyamos a 8 soluciones lideradas localmente en África, en Asia y en América Latina, vinculadas a implementar soluciones para la gestión de bosques tropicales. Estas soluciones se implementaron durante 1 año y contaron con el apoyo de investigadores e investigadoras locales de cada uno de los países que nos apoyaron a ayudar a entender y desarrollar la evidencia climática de las propuestas. Entonces, entender este vínculo que había entre la problemática que identificaba la comunidad, la solución que se proponía y el cambio climático. Así que, sin más, quiero presentarles un pequeño video que resume lo que fue el primer esquema de donaciones de BASE. Si los colegas me ayudan. Sara and team from the Resilience Hub, could you help me with the video that we have prepared for today? If you can.
Muy buenos días, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos esta mañana. Soy Pamela Olmedo, parte del equipo de Avina, y fui parte también del equipo que ejecutó base durante el tiempo de implementación de los 8 proyectos perdón, que vieron en el video. Quiero contarles brevemente que el día de hoy estas lecciones que estaban promocionadas en el video son las que queremos traerles y contarles desde 2 grupos muy especiales e importantes para nuestra implementación. El primer grupo es de representantes, 2 representantes de nuestras organizaciones aliadas con quienes trabajamos muy de la mano para implementar las soluciones climáticas. Y el segundo grupo representado por nuestros investigadores, quienes fueron parte clave para entender el vínculo del problema que queríamos solucionar con toda la estructura climática a la que también teníamos que responder. De manera que tendremos 2 bloques, el primero con los representantes de las organizaciones y el segundo con nuestros investigadores, a quienes les haremos unas preguntas para que nos puedan pasar y contar cuáles fueron esas lecciones de aprendizajes que recabamos a lo largo del tiempo de implementación. Sin más, quiero presentarles al primer panel, compuesto por 2 representantes de 2 organizaciones. Él es Raimundo de Acesa, ubicado en Brasil, y Mike Keraf de Donders, que en realidad trabajaron en un consorcio que es conocido como el Rainbow Consortium, de varias organizaciones que se pusieron de acuerdo para la implementación de las soluciones. A cada uno le haré una pregunta, escucharemos sus respuestas y después tendremos también un espacio para poder hacer preguntas de parte de quienes nos acompañan en este momento. Voy a pasar la primera pregunta, que es para Raimundo, representante de Acesa, ubicado en Brasil. Perdón. Raimundo, queríamos saber cuál fue tu reacción inicial cuando llamamos a esta convocatoria y mencionamos que íbamos a tener un componente de investigación local para poder levantar información de evidencia climática en tu proyecto. Raimundo.
Então, saudações a todas as pessoas. Eu sou Raimundo, conhecido como Didi, moro aqui no Maranhão, no Brasil, e trabalho numa organização de agricultores e agricultoras familiares que tem a agroecologia como uma estratégia, tanto de produção, mas também como modo de vida. Juntamente com outras 4 organizações que também trabalham nessa mesma linha, contando também com uma rede de organizações e grupos da universidade, nós, então, apresentamos a proposta, a base, e a nossa proposta é de trabalhar com sistemas de barraginha para contenção de água das chuvas, pensando na infiltração desta para melhorar o lençol freático, mas também melhorar o solo no entorno para contribuir com o sistema agroflorestal, foi super importante porque já é uma prática que essas organizações já vêm desenvolvendo desde do seu surgimento. Para nós, o sistema de barraginhas é uma experiência nova e também inovadora, e que nós estávamos apresentando como uma solução climática, mas com uma série de questões, assim, para saber se o projeto daria certo. Quando a gente soube que teria esse componente da pesquisa, para a gente foi super inovador, e também é como se nós tivéssemos uma possibilidade de ter mais confiabilidade na proposta. Primeiro porque a proposta seria acompanhada por um grupo de pesquisadores, e esse grupo, aqui do nosso lado, acompanhado por um grupo de pesquisadores da Universidade Federal do Maranhão, o que ampliou ainda mais as nossas chances de saber se a nossa experiência, ela, de fato, seria uma experiência exitosa que iria contribuir para essa resiliência climática. Então, a gente aí elenca o componente da capacidade, aumento da capacidade da nossa proposta, de ser uma proposta eficiente, do ponto de vista dela enquanto estratégia, enquanto solução climática, mas também do ponto de vista da experiência vista pela comunidade, porque nós envolvemos aí uma série de comunidades, de mulheres e de jovens nesse processo, que também tinha as dúvidas, né, de saber se de fato essa experiência seria considerada como uma experiência importante para a crise climática. Dessa forma, nós temos aí tanto a comunidade com maior confiança, a sociedade em geral com maior confiança, e nós, enquanto projeto, também com mais confiança, porque nossos parâmetros de saber se o sistema de barraginhas ele iria acumular a quantidade de água suficiente, se essa água iria infiltrar para o lençol freático, e isso, de certa forma, iria ajudar a disponibilidade de água potável na comunidade, se as barraginhas elas iriam contribuir para a melhoria do solo, né, no entorno dessas barraginhas e, de certa forma, contribuir para a produção do sistema agroflorestal, e se, de fato, o sistema de barraginhas seria considerado como um componente da agroecologia, que é fazer o enfrentamento à crise climática, mas tendo aí elementos sistematizados para que a gente pudesse reaplicar para outras comunidades, né, outras regiões. E o que a gente percebeu é que tanto as comunidades, tanto as pessoas e seus territórios estavam vendo e veem até hoje a barraginha como uma importante solução que vem enfrentar a crise hídrica, né, aumentar a disponibilidade de água, mas também contribuir para todo o sistema de produção. Então, para nós foi super importante ter esse componente da pesquisa, porque nos deu mais confiança na proposta, e assim a gente consegue ter elementos sistematizados para compartilhar com outras comunidades e outras regiões. É um pouco disso, assim, fico aberto para possíveis perguntas.
Muchas gracias, Didi. Muy valiosos justamente entender cómo esta es una forma de compartir conocimiento con otros actores. Y en ese mismo sentido, quiero preguntarle a Mike, nuestro representante de YPK Donders, ¿cuál fue tal vez la información que consideraste más valiosa de la que se obtuvo a partir del componente de investigación de nuestros proyectos? ¿Y qué aprendiste de este proceso de haber juntado implementación práctica con levantamiento de información científica? Mike.
Halo. I want to use bahasa Indonesia. Angelic or Fabian, can you help me? Translating in English. Halo.
Yes, saya bisa bantu, Pak. Silakan.
Oke, thank you very much. Selamat malam semua, Victoria dan teman-teman semua. Saya dari Yayasan Donder bersama dengan Yayasan Bitara dan juga Wali. Okay. Hello.
Mike, can we ask you please to answer in English?
He requested that he can speak in Indonesian and then I can translate. Is this possible?
Okay, then it'll take a little while more, but yeah, it's completely fine. So Mike will be speaking in English, and Fabian Mike will be speaking in Indonesian, and Fabian will be translating for us in English.
Yes.
Thanks.
Mungkin Mbak Termika bisa disingkat sedikit karena jadinya waktunya lebih banyak karena saya harus terjemahkan. Tapi silakan lanjut Pak, saya terjemahkan setelah sudah selesai beberapa kalimat.
Oke, baik. Waktu memulai proyek ini saya sangat senang karena mendengar bahwa nanti akan ada tim researcher, dan kemudian ketika saya tahu ada Fabian dan Bianca yang juga hadir bersama-sama dengan kami di Sumba, saya senang sekali karena mereka memberi kami banyak sekali perspektif baru Jadi ada banyak point of view baru dari teman-teman yang membantu kami untuk mengerti lebih dalam dan juga memandang lebih jauh proyek ini akan dilanjutkan dengan perspektif yang baru.
Okay, so so good evening, everyone. My name is Mike. I'm from Donders Foundation. When I started this project, I was very happy to understand that there will be a team of researchers, whom I met Bianca and Fabian, who in the end brought us many new perspectives and insights for the long term after the project finishes.
Beberapa poin yang kami dapatkan karena bekerjasama dengan Bianca dan Fabian adalah misalnya yang pertama, ketika kami berkeliling dari kelompok ke kelompok, kami mulai mengerti bahwa pada tiap zona mesti ada juga agromatic climate zone. Jadi mesti ada memisahkan juga bahwa tiap hamparan itu bisa juga terjadi juga zonasi iklim yang berbeda-beda untuk perkebunan, tanaman-tanaman yang berbeda-beda. Poin ini kami tidak bayangkan ketika menulis proposal, tapi menemukan ketika mulai diskusi dengan Fabian dan Bianca. So, Fabian.
Yeah. So during the project, we found a lot of valuable information, including agroclimatic conditions and different climatic zones across Sumba, and how it impacts agriculture. And these types of information are something that we learn and incorporate in new proposals.
Poin yang kedua adalah kami juga akan akhirnya juga menemukan strategi baru untuk membuat pelatihan-pelatihan yang disesuaikan dengan secara spesifik dengan sumber-sumber tanaman-tanaman lokal yang ada di tiap kelompok itu. Misalnya di Kodi kita memberi banyak pelatihan untuk jenis, ada 25 jenis padi Kodi yang berbeda dari zona-zona lain di Bajewa atau di Laura. Dan Fabian?
So the second point that we learn, apart from the climatic condition, is to design capacity building that is more targeted at a specific level. For instance, we learned that the vulnerability of crops in some areas are exclusive to that area. And for example, in Kodi village, there are dozens of types of rice varieties that we learned that we should focus on these varieties when providing the capacity building. Continue, silakan Mbak.
Poin yang ketiga adalah karena kelima anggota dari komunitas kami adalah orang-orang yang sangat sederhana di tingkat pengetahuan dan juga keterampilan. Kami akhirnya juga didorong oleh teman-teman dari Bianca dan Fabian juga untuk membuat buku panduan yang bersifat lebih inklusif dan dapat dimengerti atau mudah dimengerti, supaya mereka juga dapat mengingat pelajaran-pelajaran yang kita buat di sekolah-sekolah lapangan itu. Ya, Fabian.
And the third point is that from Bianca and Fabian's input, we also create a manual and guidebook so that it is easily understandable for the people, so that after the training sessions, after all the lessons learned from the training can continue to be kept and continue to be remembered by the communities through reading these manuals.
Poin yang keempat adalah kami juga sekarang sudah membuat juga rencana untuk menjual beli hasil produksi dari pelatihan-pelatihan yang kami buat. Misalnya juga bagaimana membuat makanan-makanan produksi lokal dari ganyong, dari jali, dan sekarang ada beberapa ibu juga yang sudah mulai menjual juga di pusat-pusat penjualan di tengah kota. Itu hasil dari evaluasi kita bersama dengan Bianca dan juga Fabian. Soal pasar, ya. Pasar yang mau memberi jaminan kepada hasil-hasil dari kebun-kebun warga.
And the fourth point is about market access. So after all the field work training that is developing and planting these native crops such as jali and ganyong, a type of root, and also vegetable, is to sell it. Which, in other words, the downstreaming aspect of the project is finally done. Yes. Lanjut, Pak.
Yang terakhir adalah juga kami memperkuat kelompok-kelompok kaum muda yang sekarang yang dari kader-kader terlatih kita, dan sekarang mereka juga mereplikasi kepada kelompok kaum muda lain dengan membentuk kami sebut Barapuan, Barisan Rakyat Perempuan, untuk mulai memproduksi seperti susu kedelai, susu kacang hijau, dan mereka juga membagi semua pengetahuan yang mereka dapat selama pelatihan di sekolah-sekolah lapang bersama kita dalam proyek yang sudah kita lewati. Jadi ada perkembangan baru menurut saya yang sangat bagus, pembentukan kelompok kaum muda diinisiasi oleh kader-kader yang sudah kita latih lebih dahulu.
Lastly, we strengthen young people who receive training and learn from other champions or cadres, including young women, to create sort of post-harvest value-added components such as creating soy milk, so that they can continue to share knowledge to young people and also continue to have higher value market access.
Yang terakhir ya, sebagai rekomendasi, kami sendiri dari konsorsium Rainbow sangat senang dengan kerjasama dengan BASE, tapi juga dengan Fabian dan Bianca. Kalau boleh ya, kalau proyek kita ini berlanjut, supaya tim peneliti ini juga jangan diganti dulu ya, tidak tetap menjadi sahabat, karena kami menemukan ada banyak inspirasi banyak yang mesti kita lanjutkan bersama-sama. Demikian.
And so lastly, as a recommendation, we hope that this relationship doesn't end here, and we can continue to stay in touch with the researchers and with all partners so that we can continue learning from each other. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a Mike y a Fabián también por tu ayuda. Definitivamente vital los aprendizajes que nos trae Mike de cómo a lo largo del proceso de implementación se llevó la investigación, que lo que en realidad hizo fue que aprendiéramos mientras hacíamos, porque el componente de investigación se hizo paralela a la implementación, lo cual fue un reto muy grande y que sin embargo trae muchos aprendizajes y beneficios. En ese mismo sentido, y un poco aprovechando, escuchamos de la experiencia y de los aprendizajes de Mike a partir de la investigación que hicieron en Indonesia, Fabián y Bianca, voy a pasar al panel de los investigadores, precisamente para preguntarte, Fabián, continuando con la misma línea de la implementación, ¿cuál fue la información que trajeron, la información más técnica que trajeron para generar la evidencia climática del proyecto que trabajaron con Mike?
Okay, thank you very much. May I start, or Bianca?
Fabian, you can start.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pamela. Thanks. And thank you again, Mike, or as I call him, Patermike. It's very nice, and it's really nice to be here and also reunite with everyone. It feels like it's been a while, but actually we did everything this year together, and I'll try to be brief about the type of information we used to develop the climate evidence project and what are the biggest barriers we faced. So in essence, as researchers, we're always in the desk and we're always looking at these graphs, these models, these climate models, and these projections. And these are all key elements that are necessary to understand the theoretical impacts of climate change in a certain location. But the actual impacts itself needs a lot of validation on the ground. And what happens during the field work and what happens when we did this base project was really, really, really great, was that we had the opportunity to discover the interactions between the climate information that is existing online from the IPCC, World Atlas, and also understand the local context to see not only whether there is a correspondence between the information, but also to understand how relevant is the information that we're researching actually is. Because for one, We have our own hypotheses of which climate hazards would be theoretically the most harmful and the most impactful. And so we later realized when we arrived to the location that, hang on, this might not actually be the most relevant information, or we may find other narratives and other anecdotes that actually either rebut or corroborate on the information that we already have. By this, I mean that, for one, a lot of the assumptions, while the majority of the assumptions that we believe is true, we see that there's a lot of also new information that the climate information per se does not imply. And for example, is when we realize that there's a larger social issue that is going on, that that is, for instance, not accessible online, and these are on-the-ground truths. So when we call about on-the-ground truth, we're seeking purely experiences of people's impact on climate change and their own interpretation of what that means, what it means to their relative to their context, what it means, how it affects their daily life. And this is truly an experience that we believe all researchers should have. So the information that we received in the end were what are as simple as how much productivity do you think in your agriculture is reduced or increased in the past year? And how much of it do you think was caused by climate change? And how much do you think it was caused by external factors? What other support has already been given by the government? How much is climate knowledge an existing concept that has been actively implemented? And how much climate is actually more of an innate knowledge in their own traditional knowledge? And so we learned a lot about this traditional knowledge, and we learned that, and this connects to the biggest barrier, and I'll stop here, and so Bianca can continue the rest, is that the biggest barrier we learned is that we may have started asking the wrong questions. And the wrong questions because we mainly focus on what we knew, which is about climate, and we all only ask questions revolving around the climate. And basically by the second field visit, and by the time we reached the third day, we stopped asking the template questions we've designed, and we've always branched out to 10 other questions to contextualize the situation while making it still relevant in the perspective of how climate change is impacting these regions. And a very simple example of these questions is not using the word climate itself. There's so many ways to describe the climate without using the word climate. And perhaps this is what we learned about also how people interpret the weather and climate, how people interpreted, how people in the community interpreted long-term impacts and short-term impacts, and what is actually the main issue that they're facing in their communities. I think I will stop here, and I will leave the rest for Bianca to add and complement.
Thanks a lot, Fabian. However, Bianca, please hold your answer, porque quiero que juntes, Bianca, tu respuesta con una pregunta adicional que creo que va a aportar muchísimo más. Antes de eso, quiero pedirle a Eduardo, nuestro investigador que trabajó en Costa Rica, que nos hable también desde el otro lado del territorio, desde un territorio más cercano a América Latina, cuáles fueron esas barreras que enfrentaste también en el proceso de investigación, qué tan parecidas o diferentes fueron de lo que encontramos también en Indonesia. Cuéntanos un poco desde tu experiencia.
Hola, buenos días, buenas tardes y buenas noches a todos y todas. Ok, desde Costa Rica o desde mi experiencia en la investigación, se trató de buscar información sobre clima de diferentes fuentes, por ejemplo, fuentes locales, ¿verdad? Estaciones meteorológicas cercanas, pero ahí pues hay un sesgo porque no hay tanta o estaciones cercanas en áreas más rurales, ¿verdad? Por ejemplo, en los territorios indígenas. Entonces, la estación meteorológica más cercana que tenía datos históricos y actuales está a 15 kilómetros lejos de territorio indígena. y también han sido poco analizados, ¿verdad? Luego, cuando uno busca datos, por ejemplo, en las proyecciones que hace el IPCC, a veces tienen una resolución muy grande, ¿verdad? Y entonces, por ejemplo, algunas proyecciones de clima futuro, eh, eh, pues la información está casi que para todo Costa Rica y no muy específica para la región donde está el territorio indígena. Y bueno, Costa Rica, por ejemplo, tiene una gran variedad de climas, ¿verdad? Tenemos bosque seco, montaña, bosque húmedo, y entonces aplicar toda esa proyección de una celda, ¿verdad? A un espacio pequeño, ¿verdad? Es muy difícil, ¿verdad? Y poco confiable porque los climas van a cambiar mucho. Luego, lo otro es que, pues, como mencionó Fabián, hay mucha información y eso es muy bueno, ¿verdad? Hay mucha información científica disponible, pero buscar entre toda esa información también se vuelve un poquito difícil porque hay muchos modelos diferentes donde se aplican diferentes variables y a veces los modelos dan resultados opuestos. Por ejemplo, para Costa Rica a veces teníamos que para el territorio indígena se esperaba que fuera a llover menos, en otros modelos más bien se esperaba que iba a llover más, en otros modelos decía que no iba a cambiar, entonces había cierta incertidumbre en qué va a pasar a futuro, ¿verdad? Hay que bueno, entre las lecciones aprendidas es que tal vez no es el patrón anual, sino más bien patrones mensuales, ¿verdad? Que hay que visualizar. Y también es difícil, digamos, en el caso para Costa Rica, y creo que aplica para otras regiones, hacer diferencia entre los patrones de cambio climático y los patrones de otros fenómenos climáticos, por ejemplo, el niño, ¿verdad? A veces tenemos los instrumentos y también las comunidades tienen percepción de clima más reciente, ¿verdad? Y a veces ese clima reciente está afectado por fenómenos como el niño. Entonces cuesta hacer la diferencia entre cambio climático y otros fenómenos atmosféricos. Y luego, ya a nivel de interacción con la comunidad, también hay retos, ¿verdad? Porque, bueno, desde mi experiencia, uno tiene que, es difícil, bueno, pensar como las comunidades, ¿verdad? Porque cada una tiene su idiosincrasia. Y entonces, a veces cuesta digamos, hacer el link entre lo que ellos están pensando como resiliencia a cambio climático y lo que uno piensa. Y también, bueno, en mi caso, uno está como, uno tiene que adaptarse a las condiciones que ellos ponen, ¿verdad? A la comunidad pone. Y entonces a mí me tocaba, por ejemplo, hacer reuniones con todo el grupo, ¿verdad? También porque era difícil, digamos, el territorio indígena donde trabajé era muy grande con poca gente. Y entonces, en realidad es pequeño por estar entre Costa Rica, que es pequeñita, pero ya en el campo se hace grande y hay muy baja densidad de población. Entonces cuesta agrupar a la gente en una sola reunión o desplazarse entre comunidades. Entonces, la Asociación de Desarrollo, que es la que coordinaba el proyecto, siempre, yo siempre tenía que hacer las reuniones dentro de la asociación y pues no tengo una visión tan amplia de lo que está pasando en todas las comunidades, ¿verdad? Y entonces no podía hacer como entrevistas a comunidades más lejanas. Y también, bueno, asociado a eso es que uno está viendo solo la opinión de las personas que asisten a la reunión y a veces los más anuentes a asistir a las reuniones eran los jóvenes y no tanto las personas de mayor edad que tienen tal vez más percepción de lo que ha pasado con el clima en el tiempo, ¿verdad? Y también, bueno, otra es que las personas de mayor edad solo hablan el lenguaje, el idioma Cabecar, en este caso, pues costaba más la comunicación con los de mayor edad que con las personas jóvenes. Entonces eso a mí me quedó como que tal vez podía tener más información. Luego, sí, creo que eso es lo que...
Muchísimas gracias, Eduardo. Tú traes a colación precisamente cómo entrar a una comunidad y querer conocerla nos abre muchas puertas, pero al mismo tiempo nos plantea algunas barreras. Y aquí quiero preguntarle a Bianca, ¿por qué crees tú que esas barreras vale la pena de ser superadas? ¿Por qué crees tú que efectivamente enfrentar esas barreras trae un valor agregado para la comunidad desde este esfuerzo de la evidencia climática?
Hi everyone, I'm Bianca from Sureko. I'm based in Bali, and maybe during this whole process of the research and also connecting with the community in Sumba for us, and through this whole process, I think it's a really valuable process because it is not only beneficial only for the researchers but also for the community although we are called as researchers, but I feel like I learned more when I was there. So it's like a two-ways process where I learn more and the community can also learn more from us. I think one of the things that the community benefits from us is also like through our sharing our experience in the field, for example, especially regarding the climate, and like sharing with the project implementers such as Humba Hamuan Donders to give like a bigger picture of how to connect a project to climate evidence so that it becomes like a climate project, something like that. So which is the strength of this project because we combine both the local knowledge and also the climate evidence based on the IPCC data, for example. And I think there are a lot of simple things that the community can value from this whole process, such as like when we made a video for the Afina, it is also a learning process for both of us how to shoot video as simple as that in the field with limited or like with very simple tools such as the phone, for example. I think it's also beneficial for like the project implementer there to understand and to learn how they can capture the moments or like what is interesting to be told as a climate story, for example. And another thing that I noticed is when we did interactions or interviews with the local people, not only that we learned a lot from them, also like for their culture and everything like that, but with the experiences we had, we can be able to share our experiences, not only things that are under this base project, but for example, from the previous knowledge, for example, like for Sureko, we were able to also share about how we did the climate field school, and then we could share this with the field officers on how to approach people, or how we also have like a biogas digester, which some of the Zumba people really need for. So these things like that cannot be learned from anything else, anywhere else, but through the project, through the interaction that we have, this conversation came up. And I think these are the things that I see and I value most about this project, to have these interactions and to deliver some of the knowledge or some of the experiences that we had to all of the either project implementers or the indigenous people. I think that is. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Bianca, y muchas gracias a los representantes de nuestras organizaciones, a Didi y a Mike, y a nuestros queridos investigadores, Fabián, Bianca y Eduardo, que juntos hemos intentado entender cuál es el valor agregado y el aporte que tiene juntar estas dos grandes dimensiones que a veces están separadas y que tiene como finalidad ayudar a que el financiamiento climático llegue a solucionar los problemas que realmente debe atender. Quiero dejar un espacio de preguntas para el panel. Si hubiera alguna pregunta, bienvenida. De lo contrario, quiero también, mientras leemos algunas preguntas, recalcar lo importante que es para nosotros desde base y con nuestro espíritu de cerrar brechas de financiamiento. Entender que a pesar de lo distante que puede estar la ciencia climática de las intervenciones en territorio, en realidad este puede ser una herramienta para facilitar el proceso de aplicación, para facilitar el proceso de comprensión de los problemas climáticos y que en realidad acercar estas dos dimensiones lo que hace es que sean procesos mucho más rápidos y entendibles. De ahí que nuestro objetivo haya sido implementar soluciones con el apoyo de investigación para asegurar y demostrar que estos son dos dimensiones que en realidad dialogan mucho y se refuerzan una a la otra en favor de la solución de los problemas climáticos. Pero finalmente, en favor de las comunidades que están siendo afectadas por estos problemas, que son en quienes realmente pensamos para traer estas herramientas y son quienes realmente pensamos que son los protagonistas de estas soluciones. Voy a ver si es que tenemos espacio para una pregunta. Y nos preguntan en relación a lo que despertó el video sobre los mecanismos para acercar a las comunidades y promover mejores intercambios. Tal vez te voy a dejar a ti, Eduardo, que nos contabas que existe también una barrera incluso entre propia comunidad local, para que nos cuentes cuando hay estas barreras en donde necesitamos que las poblaciones participen más, ¿qué mecanismos podrían implementarse para asegurar que sus voces sean escuchadas?
Bueno, en el caso mío, digamos, de lo que yo traté fue hacer diferentes grupos, ¿verdad? De personas, ¿verdad? Entonces, tratar digamos, porque si reuníamos a todos juntos, probablemente íbamos a escuchar más a los jóvenes, que son los que más participan, ¿verdad? Pero entonces lo que traté fue dividirlo en grupos diferentes, ¿verdad? Entonces, por ejemplo, un día para los jóvenes, un día solo con las mujeres, un día solo con las personas que se encargan de cuidar las áreas protegidas, el otro, porque ellos además están organizados de esta manera, ¿verdad? Tienen dentro de la comunidad, ellos tienen grupos, ¿verdad? Tienen su grupo de jóvenes, grupo de emprendedores, grupo de mujeres, grupo de guardaparques, entonces me quedó con su organización, digamos, yo pensé que esa era la mejor forma para tratar de tener la opinión de todas las personas, ¿verdad? Y también, como cada grupo tenía eh, sus metas, ¿verdad? Sus propósitos, entonces tratar de llegar bajo el propósito de cada grupo, ¿verdad? Eso fue como mi estrategia, ¿verdad? Igual yo he tratado por ejemplo, de seguir manteniendo después de la investigación, ¿verdad? Actualmente, digamos, sigo manteniendo contacto con ellos, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué? Para que yo pienso que es necesario que ellos no entiendan que era solo una investigación, ¿verdad? Sino que uno también quiere ayudar en sus objetivos y sus metas a futuro. Entonces, yo creo que de parte, bueno, del investigador o investigadora es, pues, mantener un contacto de ayudarlos en sus objetivos a futuro.
Muchísimas gracias, Eduardo, y tomamos ahí la importancia justo de entender entonces con qué público tenemos que hablar y adecuar las circunstancias para hablar mejor con cada uno de estos públicos. Muy valiosa esa lección que nos traes. Nos preguntan también Si bien hablamos ya de cuáles habían sido los aprendizajes y los retos de llevar en paralelo este proceso de aprendizaje y de implementación, Didi, ¿cómo viste tú haber trabajado en una implementación mientras al mismo tiempo entendías más técnicamente las condiciones del territorio? Didi, deu para ouvir?
Eu estava aqui atento à tradução. Foi uma pergunta para mim?
Foi sim, queríamos saber como que foi, como você viveu o processo de implementar uma solução ao tempo de levar uma pesquisa e fazer as duas coisas ao mesmo tempo.
Foi um pouco desafiador, né? Mas a gente contou muito com a contribuição da comunidade na disposição de tempo para acompanhar o processo. A gente conseguiu construir um grupo, um mutirão de pessoas que acompanhou o processo de implementação desde o início e, automaticamente, esse grupo também, juntamente com o acompanhamento técnico da ACESA, se disponibilizou a acompanhar o processo da pesquisa. Isso, de certa forma, deu um tempo assim, para a gente poder acompanhar os dois processos simultaneamente. Desde o processo de implementação, do sistema de barraginhas, do processo de implementação e plantio das mudas no sistema agroflorestal, do acompanhamento que o próprio Wesley e as mulheres tiveram no processo da implementação, a pesquisa, né? Então, foi um trabalho feito simultaneamente que a gente conseguia meio que acompanhar. Uma outra coisa também que eu acho que é importante destacar é que, além do processo de pesquisa dos pesquisadores contratados para esse fim, a própria comunidade fez o processo de observação, né? Eu acho que esse é um dado importante, porque é como se a comunidade ela tivesse se fortalecendo e numa perspectiva de amplificar, né, de ampliar suas vozes na defesa do território, na defesa da barragem enquanto um experimento de enfrentamento à mudança climática, mas, acima de tudo, observar o quanto que a comunidade ela é capaz de desenvolver ações que contribuem para a melhoria do clima e também das suas produções no contexto da agroecologia. Então, para a gente, foi um trabalho, mas é um trabalho importante porque a gente queria observar também esses resultados, né? E como que a comunidade se apropria desse processo, como que a assessoria técnica da ACESA se apropria desse processo. Então, foi um momento super importante para a gente e os resultados, assim, a gente tem conseguido acompanhar tanto a mudança de clima local, a mudança no processo produtivo, da própria floresta natural, né, que está em volta ao sistema de barragens. Então, para a gente está sendo um momento muito importante.
Muchas gracias, Didi, y una vez más la importancia de traer la comunidad como protagonista de todos los procesos de implementación y de investigación. Tal vez esa sea una de los remarks que más queremos traer, que traer a la comunidad y acercar estos mundos y estas dimensiones definitivamente es positivo para la gestión de las soluciones climáticas. Quiero agradecer muchísimo a nuestros aliados de las organizaciones de investigadores, incentivar también a que a partir de estos conocimientos y estos aprendizajes busquemos las maneras de juntar ciencia climática con soluciones e implementaciones en el territorio, porque vemos que a pesar de que puede traer retos importantes, definitivamente es beneficioso para nuestra acción global. Muchas gracias a quienes se conectaron y estuvieron con nosotros este momento. Quiero invitarles a que sigan también en la próxima sesión sobre, van a tratar el tema de interseccionalidad en cambio climático, explorando los impactos de eventos de eventos extremos en el clima en relación a la salud y al género en población joven. De manera que, una vez más, muchísimas gracias. Los invitamos a que se queden todavía conectados en el resto de paneles. Gracias también a quienes nos acompañaron esta mañana y espero que puedan ver los enlaces también que fueron compartidos en el chat para que conozcan un poco más de base de nuestros aliados y de las acciones que estamos llevando a cabo. Vicky, tal vez una despedida.
Bueno, simplemente agradecerles a todas y todos que se han conectado, a nuestros panelistas que están despiertos desde muy temprano o que aún no se han ido a dormir, siendo muy tarde en Indonesia. Para nosotras es un gusto estar acá con todos y todas ustedes. Ahí dejaron en el chat nuestros colegas de Resilience Hub que nos apoyan todas las direcciones de contacto. Pueden escribirnos, vimos que hay una pregunta más, así que con gusto la podemos responder si nos envían un correo entrando a nuestra página web. Muchísimas gracias y quedamos atentos y atentas a seguir conectados y aprendiendo en conjunto. Un abrazo para todos. Hasta luego, gracias.
Today, we are gathered here to dive deep into the complex yet critical intersections between climate change, mental health, gender, and young people. A very timely but also very urgent topic. So we all know that climate change affects everybody. However, all of those effects are felt it affects everybody yet, but not equally. Vulnerabilities to climate change, they vary based on social factors such as gender, age, geography, and access to resources. Young people in Africa especially are, especially those in marginalized communities, are on the front lines of these changes. These individuals are not only exposed to the risks of extreme weather events, but their health, education, and future opportunities are also often disproportionately affected. In this session, we will explore how extreme weather events, from droughts to floods and heat waves, create cascading effects on health, both mental and physical. We will also examine how these impacts are gendered, affecting young people differently, and how they deepen these existing inequalities. In this session, we are joined by a very lively, very fun panel, who Stanley will also have the pleasure of introducing. I'd like to encourage anyone who has any questions, any feedback, to please make use of the chat features, and we will address all of these questions during the Q&A session of our program today. And without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Stanley, who is going to take you through the program of the day. Over to you, Stanley. You're on mute, Stanley.
Oh, sorry. I was saying that we are grateful to have each one of you in this conversation. It's a conversation that we are really happy to be undertaking, all of us. The young people have prepared, and they are more than willing to share their expertise and their lived experiences from the topic that we are going to discuss. So I'm going to introduce our panel. The first person I will introduce is Dr. Patricia Banyayaki. Is a development economist, gender and policy specialist. She has vast experience in gender equity, social inclusion, and climate policy research, capacity development and advocacy in Africa at local, subnational, national, and regional level. She is the current GESI lead for CDKN based at SSN. The second panelist we're going to introduce is Sylvia. Sylvia is a PhD candidate in psychology at the University of Ghana, focusing on the intersection of climate change, mental health, and sustainable practice among outdoor workers in Ghana. She leads the Climate Mental Health Initiative project, which addresses mental health challenges related to climate stressors in the coastal communities in Ghana. Sylvia is dedicated to advancing the understanding of non-economic impacts and intersectionality of climate change. Then we'll also be joined by Ida. Ida is an ecofeminist and climate storyteller based in Kenya. She is passionate about human rights for all, nature-based solution, sustainable living, and a united Africa. Then lastly, we'll hear from Nancy. Nancy is a young leader from Madagascar with a bachelor's in computer science, and with honor, she is passionate about, dedicated to environmental justice, leading to the EcoShip project, which she earned the Climate Justice Award from the CDKN program. So without much ado, I'm gonna take a dive with Patricia. So Patricia, from your lived experience and from what you're passionate about, what is the intersectionality and why is it important to consider in the context of youth, climate change, and mental health? Over to you, Patricia.
Thank you so much, Stanley, for that introduction.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on where you are. It is indeed an honor for me to be part of this panel, and particularly to discuss this important topic of intersectionality in the context of youth, gender, but mostly focusing on youth, climate change, and mental health. So to answer your question, I'll start by saying every one of us, every individual has multiple characteristics that define them. And these include, for instance, your gender, your age, your race, your education, socioeconomic status, the location where you're based, culture, ethnicity, and many other characteristics which define you. And the interplay of these characteristics create unique experiences that define whether you will have the status of being with power, privilege, or oppression, disadvantage, or discrimination. So intersectionality is that framework that enables us to understand how power structures interact with the individual's multiple characteristics to put them in that state of either oppression, power, discrimination, or disadvantage. So having explained that, I will say that intersectionality is very key because it helps to refine our understanding of marginalization. It moves us away from essentialism, where we tend to categorize social groups, let's say women, indigenous people, or youth as homogeneous categories, to allowing us to recognize that there is diversity within each of these social groups, so that when we are devising policies and climate action, we do it with a better informed perspective or grounding. So having understood that, I will now explain why I think it is important to apply an intersectional approach when dealing with youth, climate change, and mental health. Broadly, we may define youth as the period of transition where people are moving from being dependent to becoming independent, or moving from childhood to adulthood. From practice, we do realize that the term youth or young people has various meanings depending on the context. And we can also see that even when they are defining the category, the age category of youth, there are also differences. For instance, UN organizations look at the bracket of 15 to 24, while the African Union considers youth to be the bracket of 15 to 35 years of age. So being a stage of transition, we can already see that youth are a diverse and dynamic group. From already, they are diverse and dynamic group if we look at it from the differences that they have. We have already looked at the age group. That age group has a lot of dynamism, because we see there are differences in terms of gender, in terms of education. There are people in school, those who are out of school. There are those who are employed, those who are unemployed. There are the married youth, the unmarried youth, and so many other characteristics, also including their location, where they are based and the like. So with that, it underscores that we cannot look at youth or treat youth as an homogeneous group. Rather, we must take into consideration the diversity that exists when we are coming up with policies and any other youth-focused interventions. And intersectionality is the framework that helps us to understand that and apply appropriately to have more effective and inclusive climate policy and action. So when we come to the topic of the day, which is focusing on extreme weather events, climate-related natural disasters, and gradual climatic and environmental changes. All these we see have an impact on livelihoods, as well as physical and mental health. So we see effects following a disaster, such as destruction of infrastructure, like buildings, roads, and power supply, for instance, loss of livelihoods, loss of food. We also have displacement of families, disruption of family functioning. All these have effects on mental health. And depending on the unique circumstances or experiences of the youth, or even stage of life at which they are, because we've already noted that some are dependents, others are already decision makers. They will have various challenges which cannot all be boxed into one solution fits all youth when addressing climate. When addressing issues to do with building resilience, of climate resilience of the youth. So I'm sure my fellow panelists will expand more on the intersections of climate change, youth, and mental health. So I will stop here mainly by underscoring that the diversity amongst youth must be taken into consideration. It must be understood and taken into consideration because they are a critical social group. And if we are building policy and interventions to build their climate resilience, then intersectionality will be very useful as an approach to aid effective social inclusion. Thank you, Stanley.
Thank you so much, Patricia, for that informed discussion and reminding us that intersectionality is the framework and youth cannot be treated as a homogeneous group. There is diversity and there are dynamic people that we need to consider very many other aspects as we create policies and as we devise actions for the young people. So without saying much, I want to welcome Sylvia, who will also set the scene for us and also clarify for us, based on her experience from the Climate Mental Health Initiative project that she's been doing, what challenges do young people face regarding their psychological well-being from climate-related stressors, and how can we support them to address this? Over to you, Sylvia.
Thank you so much, Stanley, and I'm so happy to be here. And the Climate Mental Health Initiative project actually addresses a critical yet often overlooked aspects of climate change, that's its impact on mental health. And this initiative, funded by the CDKN, was carried out in a poor urban coastal community called Shabu in Accra, Ghana. And for people living in these communities, they face the direct impact of climate change, like floods, the increase floods because of the sea level rise and rising temperatures, and all these physical impacts actually exacerbate their mental health challenges. When we talk about the youth in Shabu actually they face heightened anxiety, stress, depression, as well as a feeling of hopelessness and helplessness due to the destruction caused by the flood. And most of the time, their livelihoods are being destroyed, their homes are being destroyed, and they have limited resources to actually cope with these challenges, particularly when it comes to financial resources. They have limited financial resources to even relocate or migrate from these communities to other communities. And most of them, the business that they are engaged in, they are engaged in fishing, and the destruction of the sea also affects them. And they also engage in small scale businesses, like small scale trading. And when there's the floods destroys their business, they are just left with nothing but to think about what to do next. And this distracts their ability to even focus on their future plans and what the future holds for them. There's also uncertainty about when and how or when the floods will actually come again. They mostly feel very powerless of the situation, and this fosters a sense of helplessness. Additionally, they have limited financial resources to actually seek for immediate psychological support, and this actually exacerbates their psychological challenges. With all this said, what can we do to help the youth in communities like this? I believe that we can support them by providing them with climate change education and also psychological support, giving them psychoeducation and psychotherapy to enhance their coping strategies and to build psychological resilience with them so that when these climate-related stresses come, they'll be able to deal with them. And also we have to encourage them in community-based climate change actions and decision-making processes so that they will feel part of the solution, and this will reduce the problem of they feeling left out and they feeling that nothing can be done. And so it will help them to actually make them feel part of the solution. Another thing too we can do is to incorporate mental health support into the climate resilient programs, and this will also help them to build psychological resilience. And finally, we can support them by providing alternative livelihoods for them and giving them educational opportunities, and this will help them see the other side of life and improve their psychological well-being as well. So I believe these are some of the supports that we can give to these young people so that collectively we can all live sound and help build Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, for that comprehensive intro to mental health and the work that you're doing, and some of the actions that we can take as a collective into building resilience among the young people, which you brought really out is by building hope, trust, and relationship with the young people so that they are comfortable and they are able to speak more into what is affecting them. And now it's my humble request to introduce my co-panelist, that is Sino, who is going to introduce the other two panelists. Over to you, Sino.
Thank you, Stanley. Good afternoon or evening, everyone. So the next speaker we have is Ida. Ida is an ecofeminist and climate storyteller based in Kenya. She is passionate about human rights for all, nature-based living, and a united Africa. Our question to Ida is, how does a lack of awareness or education exacerbate the effects of extreme weather events? In what ways are women and gender minorities particularly vulnerable to these effects? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sino. So through my work with my ecofeminist nature-based group, I'd say there is a total lack of awareness of what happens and the co-occurring factors that cause this. So Kenya recently suffered floods, and of course people in the lower economic areas were most hit by these. But then when you talk to these people, especially the young people, the young women, they have no idea the context that this happened. They have no idea that there's city zoning rights and political issues that put them in these areas, make them especially vulnerable to this. So when addressing these issues, it's very surface. It's very, oh, I lost my house in a flood, I need a different house. But maybe you move to a different house and keep living the exact same lifestyle that degrades the environment, voting for the exact same leaders that bring policies which are actually destructive to you. So I think in order to address the root causes, we need to really make people aware of the economic context, the political context, the environmental context in which these climate disasters occur, because they don't just occur in a silo, they occur in hyper-capitalist, hierarchical, patriarchal power structure that we live in. And until we're aware of that, we will never actually address the root causes. And when we think of vulnerable or minorities such as women, young women, people of living in lower economic status, there's a lot of comorbidities that are happening. And so when a natural disaster hits, it's not just a natural disaster to you. Let's say this is a woman who is a young single mother. She is depending on someone else or has a very little income, or this is an LGBT person who is already facing social exclusion, financial exclusion. They've been disowned by their family. They're not able to get a job. When a natural disaster hits, it hits us 10 times harder because already maybe we're not part of a society that's organizing to bring resources, or we're not able to get a job, to relocate or find any alternatives. And you'll find amongst young people, especially, let me speak for Kenyan society, it leads into deteriorating into a life of, let me say, drugs and alcohol, because what other alternatives do you have? The society doesn't support you, no one will hire you. So I feel like when addressing climate disasters with young people, gender minorities, we need to think of it in a very holistic way: economic regeneration, social regeneration, and natural regeneration. We have to address all the root causes of these issues to make people properly resilient. People have to be able to earn an income. They have to have a social fabric that supports them and doesn't persecute them, as well as an environment that is actually taken care of by those who it is meant to be taken care of. And all this in a context of education and awareness. And this way people are actually able to understand what is happening to them and how best to go about it. That's my contribution. Thank you so much, Sinu.
Thank you, Ida. So just a recap of that, it's very important that we all understand in the world, understand our parts to play when it comes to actually addressing the issue of climate change. Otherwise, to do it in silos, then it defeats the purpose. And what I'm getting from your presentation is that once we understand how once everyone understands how they fit into the picture, then it makes it easier to work together to solve this climate crisis. Thank you, Ida. I'll move on to our next speaker, Nancy. Nancy, our question to you is, how do extreme weather events disproportionately impact young women? And how is the EcoShe project raising awareness to address these vulnerabilities? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sino, for these really important questions. And hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. So in terms of extreme weather events, it have, and we see it everywhere, it has severe consequences for everyone in every aspect of their life, but especially in young women. And in Madagascar, we can see cyclones and droughts. And apart from that, these events have dangerous and negative effect on health issues. They also reduce economic opportunities and also hinder access to education. So for example, a study by the World Bank found that climate-related disaster can lead up to 20% increase in school dropouts among young girls due to increased household responsibility or displacement for them house. But not only that, but also in terms of health, young women are often left vulnerable during extreme weather events due to lack of access to menstrual hygiene products, for example. And with our Pads for Her initiative, we are trying to address this need by providing sustainable pads to women. And it's also eco-friendly, as traditional disposable pads are often made of plastic. And we know that plastic can take up to 500 to 800 years to decompose. And yeah, it contributes significantly to environmental pollution. In terms of economy now, women are frequently the first to lose their livelihoods during climate disasters. Of course, everyone, but we see particular studies in women. And at EcoShe, we try to empower young women by training them in advocacy, storytelling, and negotiation skills related to climate justice and gender equality. Of course, it won't solve the entire problem, but this training will equip them to engage with decision makers and raise awareness in their communities and effectively advocate for their rights. So thank you so much for CGKN for supporting this project, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. And it's great to hear about the lovely work that you're doing and just the little that you're doing in your community to help empower young women so that they too can actually take care and be able to live on in this climate crisis. I'm going to hand over back to my co-facilitator, Stanley, to introduce the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sino, for that engaging panelist, and thank you to all our young people and Patricia for your contribution. So I'm going to hand over to Zizi, who has been checking the questions that have been sent in, and we can have our panelists respond to them. Over to you, Zizi.
Hi, everyone. So we have a question in the chat, and the question is addressed to Sylvia. The question reads, how can climate change policies be designed to better address the specific vulnerabilities faced by young women, non-binary, and LGBTQ plus individuals during extreme weather events? So Sylvia, that one is addressed to you.
Hi, thank you so much, and thank you, Karen, for the question. So
continuum, which looks at efforts along a continuum from gender, of course I'll leave out the gender neutral, to gender responsive or gender sensitive, gender responsive, and then gender transformative. Now the question is more related to transformation, because you're talking about getting communities to accept that there is need to change the status quo of how traditional roles are viewed in order to have women participate more and benefit more and be more equal compared to the other, to men and other groups. So one of the ways in which we can best do this is because you can't, it's normally any approach that immediately goes for transformation without first understanding the community in which you're operating was definitely met by resistance. So in many cases, it is important for you to, after you have done a gender analysis and understood where the issues are, understood where the inequalities lie and what is perpetuating them, then it becomes important for you to start possibly through gender responsive approaches, where you slowly get the communities to appreciate, for instance, the positives or the benefits that would come out of them giving women more space, having men maybe participate in some of the traditional roles that women do. And then slowly, as the community appreciates that when they do this, they're actually more economic benefits, everybody is able to get to a better place than they were before, then slowly you can now bring in the transformation approaches, the gender transformative approaches. And these are those that seek to question the unequal, the issues that are bringing in the inequality that are causing unequal rights, and then tackling them accordingly. But all this must be done hand in hand with the community. You move in together with them so that they appreciate, own, and do not resist when the changes happen. Thank you so much, Susie.
Thank you so much, Patricia. And really, we can't run away from how big and how important the role of community is. And then we have one last question, and I think either Sylvia, Ida, or Nancy can take this one. It says, what role do youth movements, particularly those led by young women and non-binary individuals, play in influencing national and global climate policies?
I think I can contribute briefly to this. So I think we're seeing much more youth engagement at high-level policy conferences and workshops at COP. We have youth panels and youth assemblies. And when we look at Africa specifically demographically, majority of us are youth. Uganda, where I'm from, it is 70% youth. And so all these policies are actually for us, and we're the ones who are going to be living them out and being impacted by them. And so 100% we should contribute to them and have our voices be heard in them. And I would say, from my vantage point, it's looking positive. I think there's a lot of youth engagement, and we strive to make it much more meaningful and actually applied. So not just listening, but actually applying the things that we contribute.
Thank you so much, Ida. I have one question, and I think anyone from the panel can take it. It's so I was wondering, how can we move beyond treating gender as a binary in climate change discourse to ensure that non-binary and transgender young people are also considered in resilience planning initiatives in general? That's my question is not directed to anyone in particular. Anyone who would like to take it can.
All right, I'll start, and probably my colleagues will also join. It brings me back to the discussion that I started with. Intersectionality is the way to go, because as we are right now, in many countries, when they're looking at their policies and the target groups, they will mainly just look at men, women, youth, but youth is still a loose term because, like we saw, it cuts across so many ages, and yet there are varying needs, priorities, and expectations. Now, intersectionality helps us now understand, because now we go into each of those, the broad categories that are there of the traditional gender, male, female. Because again, another thing that we need to appreciate is that the policies or whatever measures we come up with that are gender related must be context specific. We cannot run away from that. So that means that when you are in a community, you need to do a thorough gender analysis. And in that gender analysis, you'll be able to identify, before you even do anything, make any plans, you need to identify all the categories of individuals that fit into that category of exclusion. So should those, the non-binary, be within that community, you need to identify them as a separate subcategory that stands out. And now, after you have done the identification, and it has to be thorough and exhaustive, you should not, because we said intersectionality brings together the multiple characteristics that people identify with, that define people. So you will go deeper as you have identified them as a category or a group, to understand from their perspective where their issues are. and the nature and extent of vulnerability that they are facing. Then it is upon that there are some gender analytical tools that are used. For instance, gender-based analysis plus allows us to get all that intersectional related information and properly, I would say, tabulate it or organize it in such a way that you critically get out all the issues for all the subgroups that have been identified, so that when you come up with designing policies or measures to address the issues you've identified, they are all inclusive. So that's what I'll say. I'll hand over to my other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Patricia. I definitely feel that you have answered my question. So I would like to thank you, the speakers, and I'd also like to thank the audience for the very thoughtful and engaging questions on this session. And thank you once again to our speakers. It's always inspiring to see the depth and understanding and passion that each of you always bring to these very vital conversations. I would like to hand over to my colleague Stanley, who is going to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you so much, Zizi, and thank you everyone for your questions. And thank you, speakers, for responding to that. Now we've gotten an overview from our different speakers from diverse countries, diverse ages. Now it's about time that we also hear from someone who's been engaged in both climate change and mental health conversation. And this will be Professor Gary Belklin, who is the director, Billion Minds Institute, and chair of Care of People and Planet, COP Squared, and assistant professor, Social Medical Sciences, Columbia University, Mailman School of Public Health, a psychiatrist who approaches mental health as a building block of social policy and progress. He founded Billion Mind as a think action tank. The intention of Billion Mind is to link mental health to problems of great scale, specifically to those of climate crisis, and to safeguard sustainable societies through a human social climate. So, Prof, based on your vast experience in mental health and climate change, as well as your role as the chair of COP Squared, where do you think we should go from here? What are your thoughts on the panelist ideas, and what opportunities do you see in the intersection of climate, gender, and mental health? Professor, over to you.
Great. And Stanley and the panel and everyone at CDKN, the Resilience Hub, thanks for including me in this conversation. It was great to listen to, because I think where we need to go next is where everybody is already going. But we need to bend key power structures and funding streams to those directions. So just a brief summary of what I do, which Stanley mentioned briefly. So I'm a psychiatrist, but I've mostly worked in public health roles and policy roles. I was New York City, where I'm based, mental health commissioner, but I've also worked 20, 30 years widely in sub-Saharan Africa and the Caribbean with health NGOs, with development projects, really in ways where mental health was integrated into other social purposes. And so I really became a big believer that that's the best way to do mental health work, is in ways that help people do other things. And so really sort of got out of the medical model and really thought about, okay, how is the toolkit of mental health and psychological strengthening of value for social progress and agency and collective efficacy and action. And so a process that Billion Minds led with the COP Squared network that Stanley mentioned, hundreds of organizations globally, the UNFCCC champions team, we coordinated with their Race to Resilience key partners and aligned organizations, subject matter experts globally, grassroots organizations. We developed a strategy for how global mobilization around growing capacity for climate resilience should integrate capacity for growing psychological resilience. And so we were approaching psychological resilience then in a very pragmatic way. It wasn't like a thing, a defined state of mind. It's actually a process for applying a lot that we know about psychological well-being, mental health, behavior, etc., applying it hyper-locally in ways that people feel they need those things to cope with, act on, change the circumstances of climate impacts where they live. So it's a very pragmatic, applied way that we called a roadmap for care, that psychological tools help care, reduce distress, etc., but also help people drive change. So care and change. And I really felt my big takeaway from this panel was a just real critical from the ground endorsement of the fact that it's not just psychological strengthening that needs to be done if we're going to tackle the mental health end. It's that should also contribute to participatory strengthening and participatory resilience and empowerment more broadly. Everyone really laid out that case. It was wonderful, starring Patricia and your notion of intersectionality and a cost of it in marginalizing youth as a power center, also homogenizes youth as a voice. Whereas I found in working with youth is that they especially get this enlarged sense of psychological resilience as really contributing to social resilience that I was mentioning. They get it right away and they apply it right away. The real inventive ways, such as Sylvia's work, incorporates at one and the same time mental health support with solidarity building and action growing. And that's really the way mental health should work. Ida, I'm sorry if I got your name. Ida really expanded that whole part. Surfacing the environmental harm of conditions is related to the economic, political power conditions. And those fuel distress and mental health vulnerabilities, but also show why it's so important to not just look at the mental health toolkit as a distress cushion, but as a social strengthening value add, and to implement it that way. Nancy, surfacing, as did much of the chat, about how all that plays out, as do all the burdens of climate change, how those play out mostly on the backs and shoulders of women in climate-affected areas and globally. And the effort I described, this roadmap strategy we developed for how to integrate psychological resilience, led to what we call early adopter efforts with large multi-regional NGOs working on climate resilience, with UN agencies, with local governments. And most of these have women at the backbone. They really are putting these principles of applied psychological resilience to work. They not only carry a lot of the burdens, but they really do the communal work of holding a community emotionally together. And so all of our approaches involve transferring skills of psychological work from people like me, psychologists, psychiatrists, clinicians, et cetera, to community members, so that they're really owning it to use it for these other ways that it values their communal strengthening. And women are at the front of that skill transfer and owning those. So my takeaway is the same that I started, but I think it's really been exemplified in the sum of the parts that you've really brought together wonderfully here. That if we're going to talk about mental health and climate change, we have to talk not just about mental health, mental strain, psychological resilience, but are we implementing those in ways that contribute to social health, social cohesion, participatory strength, participatory resilience? And what I'm saying is we know how to do it that way. I grew up learning from the global mental health field just how much of the skills of both mental health care and ways that mental health help people have agency for change are done through skills and leadership and co-creation with community members. And that's the way we have to do it. And so that's where funding for locally led climate adaptation needs to also go. There is psychological loss and damage and psychological strengthening investments that those streams of finance should also empower what we've been talking about today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gary. That was quite insightful. I think I take from your remarks, I take solidarity building and action growing. That was quite profound. And also, as much as we talk about psychological resilience, it's also about us considering how we implement and actionize this. I hear there is a question for you. Maybe we can quickly have it, and then we can have a final remark from all our speakers. Over to you, Zizi, for that.
Okay, the question in the chat for Prof. Gary says, how do we balance immediate health crisis caused by extreme weather events, for example, injury, infectious diseases, with the long-term mental health challenges on young people, on the mental health challenges young people face due to climate anxiety and trauma? Over to you, Prof. Gary.
Yeah, so my initial reaction is that we are just forgetting about, in the larger global discussion about climate resilience, is that, it takes resilient people to have a resilient and to steward a resilient climate. And so health, I worry, has been talked about, is getting more attention, but is talked about in ways that aim way too low for what that should mean, what investments in health infrastructure should mean. And that really seem to double down on this idea that health systems are the major source of health. It's community members and community systems and community action that is the source of health, and health systems should be part of empowering, enabling, supporting them. And so I don't think it's a competition between certain health, and that often happens. There's this, if we put dollars in health here, then it doesn't go to mental health there. If we put it in there, it goes somewhere else. Whereas the thing is, what we have to do is fund and organize and enable and empower communities in ways where they're growing health, well-being, and personal resilience, social resilience at one and the same time.
Thank you so much, Professor Gary. Stanley, I'm going to hand over back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for your response, Prof. I think on this particular stage, I want us for the panelists to give their final remark, and as you do that, I would also want you to do a call for those of us who will be attending COP, for those of us who will, who are committed to seeing that all this conversation is had in a decision-making table. So I will start with you, Patricia. What are your final remarks, and what should we take to COP?
Thank you very much, Stanley. My final remark is that intersectionality is a very crucial framework that we have to apply to advance gender equality or equity and social inclusion. Because if we do not consider intersectionality, as we have seen from our discussion today, we run the risk of creating secondary marginalization, where we continue to design policies, measures, interventions on the basis of the privileged, because you find most of these policies are designed on who is more vocal, and we neglect the interests of the most impacted by climate change disasters. So intersectionality is key and needs to be done. It's not something that is, it's quite expensive to do, because it makes the study broader when you're doing your gender analysis, but it is crucial if we want to see changes on the ground. And I think that's the message I would push for even COP, because we need to move away from just focusing on capacity building. Yes, capacity building is crucial when we are looking at gender, but we need to move forward to have more results on the ground, and we are going to get this done by doing more practical measures on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Patricia, for that. And from Patricia, we'll go to Ida. Ida, over to your final remark and the message that you want to carry to COP.
Thank you, Stanley. So I give my background, but I continue to call to look at these affected persons, gender minorities, women, as holistic beings with holistic needs. So not just environmental, but also social, economic, etc., like true resilience. I think it's a very holistic thing, and that needs to be looked at in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ida. Nancy, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stanley. So on our way to COPs, as long as there is life, there is hope. So I believe it's crucial, not to give up too soon, no matter how challenging the fight against climate change might seem. And I truly envision a resilient future where young women and other genders are empowered to rise as leaders in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nancy. Sylvia, over to you.
Thank you, Stanley. So my remark would just be that climate change, as we've all discussed today, and based on the conversation that is happening globally, clearly indicates that it's not only an environmental issue, but also a social and a psychological issue. And so I believe this kind of awareness should be heightened, so particularly in Africa, in Ghana, so that we have this awareness about the fact that it's not only an environmental issue, but also a psychological issue in my perspective, and that the non-economic impacts of climate change, like mental health, should be taken into consideration in all these discussions, and funds should also be allocated to help some of these people who have been displaced or have migrated because of some of these climate-related stresses. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. And finally, Prof. Gary.
So I'll just echo again, that there's no climate resilience without social and psychological resilience. And we have to get specific and sophisticated about what we mean by that and intentional about building that. Mental health tools and methods and purposes are a key part of that. But by seeing those as means to these other ends of growing collective agency, that shines a light on the added importance of these other things that were talked about early on, of just greater participation in decision making and planning responses. We can talk about climate adaptation as a village effort. It happens with people going through great changes together, and we have to equip them to do that, but therefore to be part of decision making.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for this great opportunity to share insight, to share your thoughts. For those of us who've sent questions and haven't been answered, we look forward into sitting with the panelists over here, answering them and sharing them with each one of you via our social media, the CDKN website. We will keep on sharing the more information on what we get from this session. Big thank you to the organizers of the Resilience Hub, the virtual event. It's been great. It's a great honor to have young people share their thoughts, share how much they feel, what they are doing in their own spaces. And yeah, it's one of great step into influencing change. Mental health is real, climate change is real. We all need to come up together and build resilience and take actions towards that. In case of any questions, We'll be sharing the email addresses for all the panelists for you to reach out to them in case of connections. And yeah, feel free to come to us. And thank you all for joining our session. Thank you very much.